Everyone, welcome to the Fitchburg Planning Board, Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. We're just going to take a quick roll call regarding members here. Those present, just say aye or present. Paul?
Aye, present.
Present.
Thank you.
Either way. Peter?
Present.
Tracy?
Present.
Alex?
Present.
Paula? Present. We have 5 members this evening. Typically.
6:01 we started.
Oh, and we officially started the meeting at 6:01 PM. This is for our transcript record. The opening statement, typical opening statement. All meetings of the Fitchburg Planning Board are open to the public. This does not mean that the public participates in all aspects of the meeting. It simply means that the meeting itself, including all discussions and votes, is open for public view. If you wish to address the board regarding a public hearing, please raise your hand and the board will acknowledge you at the appropriate time during the hearing. The board will also monitor any participants that are attending virtually for questions at the appropriate time. Virtual attendees are asked to use the raise hand function to be acknowledged. In that case, 1, state your name and address. 2, approach the center table and either stand or sit. This allows you to be seen and heard clearly by everyone in attendance. 3, the planning board requests that comments be limited to no more than 5 minutes in the interest of time. Please be advised that FATV is conducting audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast, and I ask that anyone in the audience who is recording this meeting to please identify themselves for the record now by stating their name and address. And seeing none. All right. First items on our agenda this evening are approval not required plans under the subdivision control law. We have, our first is an A&R for High Rock Road. Purpose of the proposed plan is to combine assessor parcels, there's a number of parcels, 3 of them, into a single lot and then create Lot 1 and Lot 2 of 4.47 acres and the lot of remaining land of 26.73 acres for buildable lots. I believe one of those is also a rear lot proposed. So you want to pull that up, Paul, if you may? I'm just not. There we go. Great. So it looks like we have Lot 1, 7.6 acres, which would be the rear lot that's proposed. Lot 2, 4.47 acres. And 26.73 acres. And for the rear lot, we do have a couple of provisions there to look at. The rear lot must have an area that contains a circle with the diameter of the normal frontage requirement in the applicable zoning district. And
It is there.
how much, so tiny,
175 feet.
175 feet, all right. And then a building line must be designated on the plan with the rear lot, and the width of the lot at the line must equal or exceed the number of feet normally required for street frontage in the district. So is that also 175?
That is there as well, 183.2 feet.
Okay, fantastic. So we have those 2 provisions, and then we also have, yes, with the pipe stem, minimum of 40 feet.
It is, it's 379.76 to the building line,
379.
379 feet.
Oh, got it, to the building line.
Yeah, that right-hand
Yep.
line is what I was using. So it's,
But the actual frontage.
Oh, the
of
width?
lot- The frontage on the lot is
it's
the minimum.
82, is that correct? 82 point, it looks like 82.18, but, I mean, I can zoom in. Yes, that's correct. The frontage is 82.18 feet.
Okay. Yep. And as part of the provisions for A&R, it's and ensuring that there's access to the buildable portions of the lot for which there does not seem to be any impediments along High Rock Road to be able to access the buildable portions of this lots, at least
You just got to speak up.
from my visits.
There's no issue getting to the buildable portion of the lot from the frontage?
No. Yeah.
Good.
There's-
Yeah, I think I remember from the GIS, it's a field, right?
Yeah.
The rear of that, yeah.
Does any board member have any questions regarding this?
None.
Looks good.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Up for signage. 25th.
hit all four of us? Signing or just?
All four. Minimum of 4.
That's what I thought. I couldn't remember if it was 3 or 4.
Good. I didn't see it. We did both sides, the Mylar and the one underneath?
Yes.
Good. I put these glasses on and I can see close, then I can't see far. So pardon me. Oh, everybody, hello. So thank you. If you have any further questions, I think you'll be good. And I think I apologize. I think I wrote a date on the lower portion of the plan to be, thanks. I don't think it's going to ruin it. Right. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have another A&R, approval not required plan for 239 Fisher Road to create Lot A of 2.24 acres from a portion of a parcel on Fisher Road with the remaining land having an area of 43.18 acres. And in regards to this, I'm not sure if there's anyone here for this. It's like my understanding is this A&R would be altering the site plan previously approved for the special permit, which was for solar on the larger parcel. And the applicant would have to submit a modification to the special permit and site plan to remove the proposed A&R land parcel from the site plan. So that would have to follow to amend the special permit.
Yeah, just, I suppose, just so the board members can see what we're dealing with, because the plan really doesn't reference anything. This is the GIS of the solar project on Fisher Road, 239 Fisher Road. The land we're talking about is this little corner way down on John Fitch. It doesn't particularly impact the solar development at all. However, the concern is that the decision itself references
The site plan,
it references the total lot size, 46-acre site. I have the decision in front of me right here, if anyone cares. But the project information, as well as some other stuff in there, might be contradictory if we subdivide a portion of the lot. So, but that being said, it complies with the
A&R.
A&R provisions, and it doesn't seem to impact the solar project at all.
No, but did you reach out to the applicant to let them know that?
No, I have not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please do so. Thanks.
So you're not approving the A&R?
Well, I think we can't, I'm not sure we can withhold approving the A&R in the 20 days, but they're going to be potentially in violation of the permit, so they do need to modify the permit.
Chantel and I were talking today, there's one little complexity with that we might have to deal with internally. This was approved before we changed our zoning, so this was approved as a site plan. solar is no longer a site plan, it's now a special permit. So we can't, I don't know that can we modify a site plan even though that's no longer the mechanism for approving a solar array?
They have to just come back and modify the site plan, yes.
Okay.
Yep, yeah.
Okay.
So if it wasn't done by special permit, then it was a major site plan, they would need to modify the site plan to remove this parcel from it.
Okay, so my understanding usually with A&Rs is that it doesn't generally deal with the use of the property. So when I was talking to Paul earlier today, I was saying what would trigger it is when they changed the use for the parcel they subdivided, and that that would trigger the modification versus the subdivision of the land. Because as it stands, the land's still vacant and nothing has changed. It's just a subdivision of the land, and it's still part of the solar array. So that was my humble opinion.
Either way, we can deal with this internally
Yeah,
afterwards.
we
We can
could-
run it by legal. and-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But
In the end, I don't think there's an issue with doing the A&R eventually, whether it's now or later,
Okay.
but we can resolve that. So, it doesn't seem, as Paul mentioned, to impact the solar. We just want to make sure that the site plan that was approved for the solar is still the same, similar, and whether or not on record needs to be modified. So,
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I do get that. I just think it would be caught when they change the use for the parcel.
well, there isn't a use of the parcel, it's solar. There's a
Yes.
structure on it.
It is, and they can subdivide it, and it's still a part of that project. Nothing has been proposed for that parcel. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's same ownership. I see what
The same
Chancel's saying.
ownership.
Same ownership. The subdivision itself doesn't do
Right,
anything really.
until they sell it.
Until they sell it or build on it.
Right.
And then it does something else. But I mean, I was surprised. You would think that the notes on this plan would at least reference
That.
site plan approval. I was very surprised by that. But it is what it is. So as long as everyone's aware that something probably needs to be done.
Any board members have any questions about it? Otherwise, it meets the frontage.
Yeah, it's got 270 feet of frontage, 2.2461 acres, and it requires 30,000 square feet with sewer and 175 feet of frontage.
And it is,
Do you want me to zoom in?
yeah.
And it's got 70,000 square feet of upland area, which is
Yeah.
noted on the plan.
All right, does anybody have any questions on
No, I'm good with it.
it? Okay, all right. Sign it then. and we have our last A&R this evening for Mechanic Street to create 3 lots as identified on the plan. Lot 1 of .52 acres, Lot 2, .82 acres, and Lot 3 of .66 acres that is in the, I believe, RA district.
RA and then a portion in MB.
Yep, so Lot 3, there's a portion of it in Neighborhood Business District, which requires 20 feet.
This is obviously the backside of Ringe Road to the south, and then the rotary in front of Sizer's just to the right side of the screen.
And otherwise, I believe, is it 80 feet?
Yes. 100 feet, I'm sorry.
100 feet.
100 feet. 12, 5, and 100.
Okay.
And these have 101, 52, 47, 100-ish, and then plenty with the last one, it's got a lot. 141 plus 54 plus 65.
Understand that there is a guardrail in front of part of the parcels, but that should not impede the access to the buildable portions of the lot grade-wise. You can still access the,
The middle lot is
Little portions.
100.23 feet of frontage.
okay. Any board member have any questions regarding this?
Nope.
No.
All right, except for that one.
Do you have any questions? Chris, the engineer's here, too.
You're all set? I'm all good. You're okay?
I figured you wouldn't want to get in the way of it, so.
Moving right along.
Yep.
All right, and that wraps it up for our approval not required segment. We do not have any minor site plans or modifications this evening, but we do have public hearings. Our first one is continued from our January 28th, 2025 meeting, which was AG Dreamflip LLC building a multifamily development, 0 Fairmont Street. However, we have a little bit of complication in that. It was re-advertised. It's been continued for, I don't know, over 6 months at this point.
I don't want to know. how
Yeah,
many
it's
times.
been long. So we required that it be re-advertised, which it was. However, we don't have, the notice didn't go out to the abutters in January. It was requested to be continued. We were going to send the notice out to abutters. Unfortunately, that didn't occur, so we really still need to send that notice out to the abutters regarding this application. And I really wasn't even sure about what the status of this was till like an hour ago.
Yep. So, for the record, Chris Anderson, Handy Engineering. So, if the board might remember, we've been going back and forth with the Conservation Commission
Yep.
relative to the notice of intent filings. We were intending on becoming at the last meeting, but the Conservation Commission wanted a few little nip-tuck clerical things addressed, so we continued it, and they finally approved it at the last Conservation meeting earlier this month. So Conservation has approved the project as represented. I think if the board would like, I can go through the changes that have occurred since we last talked. There's been quite a bit. I know we have to still advertise and re-notify abutters.
Well, I put it this way. We have 5 members present right now.
Yes.
Okay? If you're seeking, we have 2 of them not present. If you're seeking to have more of a full board, then it can just continue it till the next meeting. Otherwise, those members who missed the meeting, what your part of your presentation, are going to have to read and certify that they've heard that portion of your testimony.
The city has instituted the Mullen Rule, correct?
Yeah, we have. It also is based on the fact that they go through that process to rewatch the meeting and
Right.
get caught up.
Yeah.
So, if it went forward today and they chose not to do that, you would need 5 of 5 members
Yeah.
in the affirmative.
Right.
It's unusual that we're just a 5-member board. We're usually a full board.
Yep.
So, that's just another aspect to take into account. Not that, like Paula said, without properly notifying abutters, there's not much we can do today anyway.
Yep.
So, you're going to, whatever we talk about today, we're going to have to talk about again next month.
Not that I really wouldn't want to hear it, but it might be in our better interest just to request to continue so that
Yeah.
do the notice, and then everybody who's been all along present since the first one could.
No, I agree.
How many hearings, did we have a full hearing about this
We
yet?
had one,
Okay.
One.
and then
First one.
conservation happened.
So we would just have to check attendance. Chantel, you're going to have to
Right.
make note of this. We have to check attendance to see who was here that meeting. And if anyone wasn't here, they have to review that meeting to vote and be present next meeting.
If I remember.
So, there's a good chance it's 6 or 7, but if, in the event that it wasn't, just to be sure.
Okay.
So,
I believe I did have a full board at that meeting, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so.
I had some other
I think there
issues on
was.
that meeting as well.
Too.
and this has nothing to do with deliberation or anything, but just as an aside, I think you already got quite a bit of input way back when.
Yep.
And again, I don't even remember, it was so long ago.
Yeah.
So hopefully a lot of the input was already accounted for. I've looked at, I'm looking, I just saw the renderings that came in, so I'm actually looking at them now. But, if you have questions, you can also reach out to Chantel or Paul or I, and we can, have something informal before the next meeting. But aside from that, maybe
Yeah.
next meeting we can be, up and running and good to go.
No, that works as well. So
Okay. So you want to request a continuance?
I would like to request a continuance.
Make a motion to continue till our March
March
meeting,
meeting?
which is March
25th.
25th.
That. 3 days away. All right.
Second that motion.
There's a motion with a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye.
All right,
Chris.
great, thank you.
Our next is our special permit and site plan review for proposed parking site for the renovation of a 3-unit dwelling and the location of 376 Clarendon Street.
Hi.
Aye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Let me get this up
Thank you.
here.
So I definitely see that some engineering work was done on the plan, which is great. And I did forward some questions that I had, so I did request that you have access to your engineer this evening to be able to answer some of those. Would you like to say anything about the project this time?
I saw the message with the questions
Yep.
that pertaining to the property. For all the questions, I will say yes. There was one that said if the deck that was in the back, if it can be removed. If it can be removed, yes, we could. If we can, we could. There was also for the fireplace, if it can be removed, we can do that as well.
Okay.
What was the other questions?
No, it was mostly about the, why some of the parking spaces off of, let's see, LaGros Street can't be moved another foot in, because it just says there's going to be landscaping. Pull up the pavement to push. It's like, well, don't pull up the pavement, just push it down another couple feet.
We can do that.
So versus, and then there was also next to the bulkhead, and I think we provided some photographs. There was next to the bulkhead, there was like a particle board shed or storage or something
I
that was in the
believe
driveway.
That's the one we were talking about, oh,
Yeah.
I know which one it is. It's
right
right
next
next
to the
to the, yes, that can
Yeah.
be removed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because that'll make it easier to open your car door right there, you know?
Yes, yes, yeah, definitely. If we're moving where the trash, it's because I believe that was there for the trash, but that can be removed.
Yes, so that was also looking at your trash bin area, because it's like, it looks kind of narrow in the driveway to be able to just put it just to the end of the driveway where your shed is at the end,
Yes.
in that
I
area.
can pull up that photo,
Yeah,
Paul, I have it here.
Yeah, it'd be helpful for the folks to see
Is
that.
that what you're talking about, Paul?
Yes, yep.
Yes.
So the proposal, because you can see the bulkhead, and then there's like, exactly, there was like maybe where trash was stored in a particle board enclosure, they had to remove the enclosure. They were going to put trash barrels against the house there. I just suggested that maybe it should go in front of the shed at the end of the driveway. Otherwise, we typically have an enclosed area. But, okay.
I don't think they can,
I'm not
I
sure
barely,
why.
I can barely hear you, I'm right next to you.
why I wish, I can't get any closer.
I know. Just a friendly reminder, I'm not prodding you.
Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, so that was a question there. You can scroll the photo. There you see, and you were going to, as part of your renovation, you are painting the structure, you're painting the building, and probably going to do windows and things as well,
Yes.
right? And scroll up a little bit. Yep, so then you see
Sorry.
there you go. So in the site plan, it showed that there was fencing in the front and the side, but that's already been removed. So we would like request that, to put forward, and this is for the board members too, on the abutter side, see where the car, to put a fence along. Budding's right there. Find a fence. And it doesn't have, just so we're aware, doesn't go to the actual end of the property line, because you have to be able to still see when you're backing out. So,
Yes.
make it appropriate, so you can still see when you're backing out the
I
length.
think,
Yep.
I don't want to speak for the applicant, but the engineer is here, the person that drew the plan.
Yes.
Can we direct questions to him?
Okay, if you want to.
No, it's up to you.
Well, she's the
Okay.
one that's agreeing, so
I
she's
just want to
saying
make,
you can do that.
because I'm not paying him, so I just want to make sure it's okay. The reason why I say this is, to Paula's point, Chris and I had a conversation earlier today at a different meeting about this, and basically said they didn't have time, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but didn't have time to make the changes, willing to make all the changes on the site plan, happy to make them if they're conditional. To Paula's point, especially about the fence along that left-hand property line, I would strongly suggest that it's, because it's going to be a privacy fence, that it's a vinyl fence.
Yep.
And that the vinyl fence stop no closer than, say, 10 feet from the not property line.
Sightline.
Yeah, the edge of the gravel area, I guess. Of course, there's going to be a sidewalk there too, I believe, right? When they redo, did we already talk about this? Isn't DPW doing, or is that the other side? When they repave this spring, is that part of the sidewalk work there? Because that's the other thing we need to iron out. You need to make sure that you're in touch with DPW so that your curb cuts are there. They see this plan, so your curb cuts are done when they finish the pavement, because when this pavement's done, the city will not allow you to dig anywhere near the street. We have a moratorium so that we don't damage brand-new pavement. So you need to make sure that if you need any curb cuts or roundings, that they're done before the pavement's done.
We already called them.
Okay.
And spoke with them.
Okay.
And I believe the architect, she submitted some paperwork. We have to submit the new ones.
Perfect. Okay. And that was more of just, I don't want you to get to a situation where you go through all these steps, they pave it all of a sudden, and you can't do your curb cuts and roundings because you can't touch the street. So, I don't know how much you want to go through. Are there more photos?
Yeah, so,
Okay,
wait a second, so, yeah, and I understand that tree was going to be removed, it looks like from the plan, the tree will be removed.
Yep,
And
that
that's where
tree.
the fence will go. There used to be a fence there, but it looks like it was on the neighbor's property, it's gone, and you put your fence up.
Oh, that was the other thing I was going to say. The fence should be 3 feet from the property line, correct? Oh, no, I guess fences don't matter.
No, fences-
Fences don't matter. As long as you're not on their property, it doesn't
I'm
matter.
not sure what the rule is for the fence,
Yeah.
it's on your property by X amount.
Yeah, right, whatever the requirement.
Yep, so, the record, Chris Anderson, Hanning Engineering. So relative to the fence, what I'm kind of thinking is it'll extend pretty much from the corner of that shed. Figure out who owns that fence later. But effectively coming off the edge of that shed, and I'm thinking it would be extended to the building line of the structure, the primary structure on the property. Because the intent is to try to shield the parking from the abutter. And that'll achieve that with a pretty good confidence, and then it leaves plenty of sideline distance as well. So that would be my
I
suggestion.
have to see that on the,
What are you looking at?
well, I have to see what he's saying on like what he's saying
Oh,
on the plan.
sorry.
He's this building back here, Paula?
Yep.
The one with the white door, that from there
Yep.
to the
To-
front?
So it'd be in line with the existing structure, so
Yeah.
that you're not creating any more blind spots than the building's already creating.
Yeah. The only question then is, obviously, if that fence isn't on this property, then you have one of two options. You ask the abutter, say, we're putting up a new fence, can we get rid of it? Or can you get rid of it? Or if that fence is there and you can't put one because the next one would be 6 inches away, you start it at the end of that fence if you have to. But the preference would be to, I agree with you, to go all the way to that outbuilding.
Yeah, it's your structure.
I'll go to the next picture
Yep.
here.
And that's where the right fire pit, that used to be behind the fence, but I think for the appearance of the corner for the building now, too, this is the frontage that would be, you mentioned that could be removed. So you just remove that, and that would just be landscape. And so with that, before you move to the photo.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah. So where the staircase comes down, so then you would just landscape that area like over to the parking area, and whether or not, if that's going to be like a path, just to put some type of path from the staircase over to the parking lot? That-
Where are you talking
yeah,
about?
from the staircase.
this door?
Yeah. Whether or not it's a viable,
Like an asphalt or gravel walkway, something like that?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know, Dallas, Dallas, right?
are you still
Do
keeping
you
that
know
door?
what does that stair right there access all three units? Is there a common hallway there?
Once you enter, you can, when you open, you do have access to all three.
My question was to the point that, are most people going to use that door for entry and exit to their units? Or are they going to use the one in the back?
I believe the front, it will be the one that will be most used.
This one right there.
Yeah, so their question on this door is,
The one from the front.
yeah, so we want to street, there's the door here, here.
Yes,
So
they will be using the main door.
the main door.
Yes.
So I think what the board is asking is that small door right there,
Right there.
where the cursor is,
Yep.
effectively closing that off and using just the main entryways.
Yeah, if you close that off, then you don't need the path. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
But we
That's why I
started
was
the door
asking
going
that.
like, well, then you should have something you can shovel and go over to the walkway,
Yeah.
to the driveway, so.
Because my assumption was that this back door where this deck is must access porches all the way up. No, it doesn't? No, it doesn't. Okay, so they're going to walk all the way to the front of the building to get in? Well, he would just say, oh, I see, there's a door to the right of
There's
it.
a door right in the-
I see what you're saying. There's a door here and a door here.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So in that case,
Then I say, whether or not you can still make a connection or a path to the driveway, because that's where they're going to just cut across that way, right?
Or they would just use the sidewalk. That would be perfectly paved in a couple of weeks, right?
yep.
Well,
Yeah.
if there is,
Yeah, I don't remember if
I'm not
there's a
sure if there
sidewalk
would be
on that
sidewalk
side.
there.
I don't remember if it's both sides or if it's
but you
the
don't
other
want them
side.
leaving, exit out the driveway, walk in the street, and then come around.
Well, we can add a note that if sidewalk is not provided on Clarendon Street, path to be provided to
Yep.
some extent. That way,
All-weather path, yep.
if for some reason the city doesn't, or DPW doesn't want to put a sidewalk in there, it's covered.
That sounds good.
That's not right. Compromise there. And then here, of course, I saw the loam and seating, but it was just also making sure, which is good, making sure you don't park here because you cannot park within 20 feet of an intersection. So please make sure you tell your tenants that too in the future. On either corner, you can't park within 20 feet. The back, if there's parking allowed in the street, you can just 20 feet from the intersection.
So because it's going to be vegetation, I don't know, is it going to be raised up? Are you going to be able to?
So right now, there's really no curb, so the sidewalk, quote-unquote, road is pretty flush with the landscaped area, it might make sense to put some kind of
Yeah, that's,
small raised lip around that area.
yeah, I said add a curb in my questions. Add a curb, put dirt,
Or 2 rows of,
And then
two
add
rows of
some-
pavers,
I was thinking more,
like a
Something
decorative
raised.
wall.
if you like that, or decorative,
Small.
something. But something then you could fill in behind it, and then I would also probably, it'd probably be best if you do put some shrubs around the building foundation there, around the corner that goes around like that, so.
I agree with Paul. The big-
Azaleas, rhododendrons, whatever, hostas and such, something that's,
The biggest thing we need to
Shady or
solve with this site plan is keeping people from doing what they've been doing, is parking
Right.
right on that corner, 'cause
Corner.
that's dangerous.
No,
So
definitely.
whatever you need to show on that plan, raised garden bed, and a note on the plan that says, property owner to understand that no parking to occur within that hatch landscaped area, that would, I think, make sense.
so we'll put in a small landscape retaining wall of some sort, so at least it's 6 inches high, so it's a defined break between landscape and roadway. We'll do I'll put a note on the plan dictating additional plantings to be determined by nursery stock, my generic notes I
Okay.
usually put on plans. And then I'll put an extra big note on the plan saying no parking within 20 feet of an intersection. Or better yet, I'll say parking within defined areas on the plan.
yep. And so back to those defined areas on that.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking for, Chris, I'm looking for your locus here. Is this plan north?
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm making notes about directionality, so I was just wanting to make sure we were talking about the fence to the south.
Okay. So.
What do you need to see,
Oh,
Paul?
so whether or not you can still, do you really need the 3 feet waiver? Because it looks like you can push the cars slightly forward off of,
We can shift it forward. The main goal is just to try to reduce pavement or impervious area, but
yeah, I like to,
I don't see an issue with it if the
Scooch it.
board's okay with it.
I would prefer where we can meet code, we meet
Yeah.
code. So if we can pick up the 2.5 feet on that north
Yep.
side, pick up the 2.5 feet.
Yep, we can make that shift easily enough.
okay. And same off Clarendon Street.
Clarendon Street, I think, already meets it, but
Yeah, it
I'll
does.
confirm that.
Well, I'm sorry. There's no note, but it looked like it.
Yeah.
It does say 3 feet.
Does it say?
Where it says the arrow, where it says provide new paved driveway with 4 spaces,
Yeah.
right above it says 3 feet plus or minus.
But it's supposed to be 3 feet from the other side, not.
Yeah, that's from the
side.
property line. I'll confirm, but
No, but the
from-
other the property line on Clarendon Street, not that.
Yeah.
Yes, that one, but 3 feet.
yeah,
You're talking about 3 feet back?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
3 feet towards the.
from the right of way of
West,
the line.
sorry. Into the snow.
I'm always
storage.
less concerned about that because that's just on paper anyway.
Into the snow storage area, just a couple more feet, just so you meet the 3 feet.
I'll confirm that distance, but I can make the shift regardless.
Thanks. So there would be no waiver for the 3-foot setback from the,
It would be still required
On-
against the western property line.
yes, on the western property line.
But that would be, effectively, we're just maintaining the existing edge of pavement on the property. That's all.
Yep,
Oh, see, that was the one I was talking about originally. Are you talking about this 0.6 feet?
Yeah, the 0.6 feet is based on the existing pavement area as it
Okay.
sits right now. It's only 0.6 feet off the property line. So
That was the one I was talking about, if we could push it 2.5 feet, push it 2.5 feet. But if it's done because the pavement exists and,
I think because you can't really because of the bulkhead too, so, I mean, you run into the bulkhead.
that's fine, that's fine.
But-
If we
so I
need
was-
it everywhere else, that's fine.
So it was more from my other perspective of 3 feet from the LaGrove Street, pushing it down towards the existing shed, just a couple feet, so.
3 feet off the right-of-way lines.
Yeah,
Yes.
keep it off the driveway, into the property, so it doesn't hang off into the public way.
Chris, can you make a note too that, so we have at least 2 pole-mounted lights here, not to exceed 6 feet. Can you just make a note that downward-facing night sky compliant lighting? There's one next to the step. It says provide typical residential pole-mounted light.
Nice.
And then on the far left, there's another one next to the tree on the westerly side of the site that says the same. I just don't want facing out or up or towards the parking area and causing an issue with the neighbors.
Downward facing, dark sky compliant. Yep.
Because if you have a 6-foot light there, the fence is 6 feet, but that's a foot higher than the fence. You could have a light shining over a fence. You just don't want that.
Downward facing, night sky compliant. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's my understanding, so this is being reestablished through the building commissioner's office because it's greater than 50% rehab?
I would defer to
From the
that, but I
vacant
think that
building
sounds.
perspective?
So
The building has been vacant for a while? Yes, and you're reestablishing the use of the structure through the provision through the building commissioner's office because you're renovating greater than 50% of the structure?
Yep.
Like that. So you're here for us for the site plan aspect, yeah, and the special permit for the waivers, yes, pieces. And yes, and as originally you were going to have the parking off-site, so the waiver here is also on 2 families, which typically you're allowed to back out of a driveway and to have stacked parking. But in this case, it's a 3-family. However, I think it's most desirable to have the parking all on-site when we can. And seeing, as in this case, each stacked parking area would be for each unit. So it's not that you're causing another unit in order to move, that I have no objection to being able to allow that waiver for in this case.
I agree.
And this, I think, is in the best interest of the property here and the abutters as well, and probably access to not have to go down the street to the parking area.
And for the,
We did get a letter from one of the abutters, or a property owner, I think, in between where the parking lot was and this site. I don't know if they're in the audience, but I don't see them online, and if they're not, I'll give them a chance, but I'll read it if they don't come forward, so.
Is there anybody in the audience? Or
There
virtually?
are, we have 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, but no hands raised yet, but you haven't called for
Okay.
comment.
All right. Well, we can ask for public comment at this time. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this application, 376 Clarendon Street. There's nobody physically here, and anybody virtually. You said
Yep, we got a hand raised.
there's a hand raised. Awesome.
Mr. Babineau, you're welcome to speak.
Good evening, members of the board. David Babineau on behalf of Laurent and Priscilla LaBerge at 42 Delisle Street, who are direct abutters to the original site plan that included the off-street parking at 313 Clarendon Street. I'm just questioning if this new proposed plan at 376 is approved. Does that render the special permit application at 313 to be moot and to be withdrawn?
You would not move forward with the 313 as we've kind of established your parking will be on this location, correct?
correct. If the board
Okay.
is amendable to this layout,
Yes.
this will be the layout.
Okay. That would be correct.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that and the work you're doing, and appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, David, you don't have to unmute. I pressed that button by mistake.
Yes, so all of the on-site parking, 2 parking spaces per unit is required by the code, would be provided on-site instead of down the street off-site. So it's adding additional parking here. There was only 1 driveway previously off of LeGros Street.
And for what it's worth, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, but I'll mention it because I talked to him again. At one point, I don't know, a month or 2 ago, Councilor Boschman had a concern about the viability of having a parking lot 2 blocks away, people actually walking to it and not just parking on the street near it. So I think part of the reason, as everyone that's been here knows, why we wanted to do this is we realized that multifamilies, to actually have on-site parking or have parking that works, it has to be in a practical distance, hopefully on-site, and that's why, I think this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Since there's no other hands raised,
Nope.
I can read that. Do you want me to read that abutter letter?
I think is it from similar? Probably similar circumstances.
Yeah, it's similar to the prior comment. It says to the planning board, this was December 31st. We're writing in opposition to the special permit and site plan for the applicant for a proposed parking site. I'm going to paraphrase some of this just so everyone knows. We own a 3-family at 334 Clarendon. To allow a parking lot in this residential A district consisting of single-family homes does not support a quiet environment nor a safe environment. At the lot, there would be fumes from vehicles encroaching into nearby residences that are very close to the proposed lot. There would be noise at all times of the day and night, doors opening and closing, people congregating. It's a disturbance to the homes close by. Also, the residents at 376 Clarendon, as I understand, would be parking at 313 Clarendon and would have to walk to 376 Clarendon. This would mean they would be walking a block away and across the street, not safe. In the winter, they'd be forced to walk in the street as sidewalks would not be cleared and in the dark. We ask you take into consideration the applicant of the special permit is representing 2 properties that are not maintained. Ride by them and see. This leads me to believe and should lead you to believe they are not maintain their parking lot with all the requirements you asked them to. Thank you, Christine and Michael Breton.
Okay. And since they no longer going to be parking down the street, I think that's an improvement and addresses some of that concern, most of that concern. And we have reestablishment of an abandoned structure.
And since this is a special permit, one of the conditions can be and will be to maintain an aesthetic appearance with the landscaping and property, so that if this one falls into disrepair, like the other one we discussed last month on the other corner of Clarendon, we will have the ability to require them to repair, repaint, replace, whatever has to be done over time.
And you would resubmit the site plan with those modifications, just showing the,
Yeah, no, we can update the site plan accordingly and get to it by next meeting.
does any board member have any questions?
All set here?
All set there? Okay. Alex, are you all set?
Yes, I'm all set.
Okay. Do we have any other department comments? Did we get department comments previously?
I only got department comments from Ryan, Colleen, and I put them, I think, in the hearing folder.
Okay. Let's take a quick look there.
Pulling it up now.
Or it's with the...
It's in the main
agenda.
folder, but I got
Yeah, in
it.
the main folder.
Yep, no problem. Just because I didn't mention it, but it's, it says Fitchburg, this is for Fairmont. It says stormwater management permit application can now be found online. Just wanted to forward that to you. That's the comment for that. The 3-unit at 147 Daniels, which isn't this, here it is, 376 Clarendon. Please remember to apply for a curb cut permit online. Paving and reconstruction of Clarendon Street will resume in late March. If approved, the city will construct the driveway openings between new granite curbing and granite corner blocks. Please coordinate with DPW engineering. Please note that any excavations necessary for this project must be completed prior to final paving. So my suggestion, especially with that time frame in mind, we approve it subject to issuance, providing us with a new plan, and you provide a plan before March so you can get it to them so they have all the curb cuts.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't realize it was going to be that quick.
Well, you
But
can
no,
talk to Ryan. He might be able to give you a better date. It might buy you some time, but
No, it's, I'll have it out. I'll have it done within.
okay. And I was going to say, at the very least, you can probably show him the plan with the curb cuts.
Oh no, I'll get everything wrapped up by within the week.
Okay, good.
So that it's on record, and then I'll send it out to Ryan. So he's
So that is the other piece. They do want to see the curb cuts on the plan.
they're there now, but yeah, I can take care of that. I can walk them through it.
Well, you're just showing like the actual curb. They want to see the round. They want to see the.
Yeah.
Do we know that there's not going to be any necessary repairs to water or sewer lines, gas lines, any of that in the street? Oh, it's all on the side street? Okay. I'm just, Just trying to make sure you guys don't get backed into a corner, because I've heard this before. Someone says, it's streets paved, but we have to do this, and the city says, you're not going to be able to. So, all right, I just want to give plenty of warning. Yep.
Okay. Great. No, I'm just glad to see this moving in a positive direction. Absolutely. And I'm glad to see there was a lot of problem solving involved and make it work. So, and you're amenable to it as well. So this is good. We have enough information? Make a decision this evening?
Yes.
Do
Yes, yeah.
make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion's been made to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye.
I'm just going to
Discussion?
second the close because there was no second.
Oh, thank you.
Second to the close.
I'll second.
Oh, Tracy beat you. But thank you.
Before I make a motion, Paula, can we just double check conditions, because I jumped in late because my pen wasn't working. I started at the no parking in the landscaped area and to show some sort of raised bed on the site plan. Some of these might not be conditions, but we can make them conditions, and how it gets shown up on the plan versus how you drafted, how the
Okay.
permit's drafted, you guys can figure out.
One question for the applicant, though, timing of like when you can install the driveways. Like, when's your intention to, it's, of course, it would be done before occupancy. I think it's just a key. Okay.
I had, obviously, fence along the southern property line, vinyl fence along the southern property line.
Yep.
Meeting the 3-foot parking setbacks on the southerly parking area, because we said the westerly one is a half a foot.
Well, you meant for the side. Yep,
Right.
but also, for the
Well, I
side.
said 3-foot parking setbacks, so side and front,
Side and front.
Yeah.
Meet them except for the.
except for the westerly,
one. Yep.
northwesterly one.
Yep.
Night sky compliant, downward facing lights where applicable. Maintain the exterior of the dwelling and landscaping in perpetuity and good aesthetic condition. I suppose aesthetic condition is repetitive, but in a good aesthetic.
Yep.
And I think that's what I had. Most of the other stuff was going to be encapsulated in there, in the
Plan.
drawing.
It would be paint the building. It was also.
Paint the building's a permit condition.
Yep, remove the plywood structure by the bulkhead,
Remove the fire pit.
remove the fire pit. You're going to move the location of the trash bins down at the end of the driveway.
I think they add the note for the sidewalk from the side door to the southerly parking area,
Yep.
unless DPW installs.
Yeah, that should be a permit condition too, so it's referenced in, you can draw it on the site plan, that'd be great. And then the permit condition would be exactly what Chris just said, that if there is no sidewalk installed on that side of Clarendon, that the applicant to install, all-weather access path from the main entrance to the parking area.
Okay.
I suppose it should say to the southerly parking area, because you don't want it to go, we're not talking about all the way around the house to the top one.
I'll add something clever to the plan for that one.
Yeah,
Yep, and then just, right, you said install the vinyl fence. We got there.
yep.
I think. Did I miss anything, everybody,
No, it sounds.
about it? Oh, and then, of course, do the landscaping with the shrubs and.
I'll add
with
the extra note for the landscaping, with
little,
extra shrubs.
little wall or berm scenario.
And the permit condition, the permit
Yeah.
condition is going to say no parking on the site, in landscaped areas, in areas other than designated parking areas. I think that's what the permit condition should say.
Yep.
Oh, that will take care of the corners. Yeah.
Well, I just want to mention that even though there's no parking, you don't see a no parking sign in every corner. It's city code not to do so, so you get a parking ticket, but just not to do it, because everybody, when you come to a corner, needs to be able to see around with traffic coming. So that's the whole point of keeping the site distance. So you want to keep everybody parked back or in the driveway, so, yep. Hey, I pass along this knowledge when I come across it.
So are we good?
So is that.
Did you
Is
have
everybody
anything
okay?
else?
No, I think I'm
I'll
good.
make a motion to approve the special permit and site plan for Dallas Zabala Alvarez, is it Alvarez or it says Alvarez? Is that just a typo? Alvarez, okay.
Resubmit site plan.
Oh, yep, I'll get to that in 1 second. Which proposes parking on site for the renovation of 3-unit multifamily dwelling in the location of 376 Clarendon Street. It says and parking located at 313 Clarendon. How do you want to handle that?
This is not for, this is only, to be only parking at 376.
Okay, I'm just reading what's on the agenda, that's why.
Yeah, don't have to read on the,
Okay.
that was just what the application was, but we can say, actually, on this permit condition is to be parked on site.
All right, let me start this over to be clear. Motion to approve the special permit and site plan for Dallas Zabala Alvarez for the 3-unit dwelling located at 376 Clarendon Street, subject to these conditions. No parking in landscaped areas, provide a vinyl fence along the property line to the south, 3-foot parking setbacks met to the southerly parking area, night sky compliant downward facing lights, permit condition to maintain the exterior of the dwelling and landscaping in perpetuity in a good aesthetic condition. What was the one you said right after that I didn't write down? Oh, that all parking to be on-site, and I don't know if you want to specifically say that this approval no longer has any correlation to the prior documentation at 313 Clarendon Street.
And remove the fire pit and the plywood box,
Remove the fire pit, and what was the other one?
plywood block
The
structure.
plywood, temporary plywood area, plywood box, yep.
Relocate the trash
Trash,
area.
yeah.
And relocate the trash, and subject to providing a revised site plan.
Yep,
Second.
all right.
I think I got it all.
I think we got it all. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your perseverance as well. Good luck. Like to really see it. With the street paved, it's going to look great.
As an aside, that worked out perfectly fine. We forgot to mention that we were a 5-member board, and that if one of us didn't agree with that, it wouldn't have passed. We should probably just reiterate for the next couple, if they're in front of us, that we are currently a 5-member board today. So because if one of us did vote against it, crossed my mind as we're going through those votes. If someone voted against it, that wouldn't have passed. So, but luckily we don't have to worry about that.
All right. Our next item this evening is also continued, and this was continued as 147 Daniel Street. And it proposes the interior demolition of a previously 4-unit multifamily, rehabilitate and reinstate the building as a 3-unit dwelling with the new parking area in the location of 147 Daniel Street in the neighborhood business district. And we did get some revisions. I had a couple of questions regarding some of the plans that were submitted. Is there any here this evening for 147?
There's a request to continue this.
147?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the order I have. The order I had next was Townsend Street. Oh, I skipped over 147.
Did I do it?
No, you're right. My fault. I skipped over 147.
Okay.
Sorry. I apologize to anyone who's confused. We are definitely here for 147 Daniel Street. Is someone here
For 147?
for that?
Yes. Is there
I'm just here. I had a phone call from the owner of the property that it was going to be Vision contacted.
Oh, there's somebody has a...
Jose is online, I think.
He's here. He's on there. I was just trying to hear what he was saying.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Mr. Martinez, hold on 1 second. Did you, I'm
As an-
sorry, what were you trying to say? That what do you need?
He was told that there,
Okay.
I was just trying to say that I was here, that was all.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, I'm talking to the person in the audience.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
He
You're-
said
you're
he
good?
got, he said he got notified.
Oh, perfect.
So that he probably had to talk.
Just wanted to make
what's
sure
happening.
we're good here. Okay.
Yep. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And- All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So,
Did you get my note? We see your revised plan, which is great. We have now consensus, at least it looks like the same configuration. It shows of how the 6 parking spaces are to be laid out. Great. We see
Yeah.
fenced-in trash area. Great. I know there was a submission for the details of the retaining wall separately. I just want to note that for the board members as well, that the plans for the wall also show a site plan, but they show parking on the street. But so that's not the parking plan. This is the parking plan. The other one is more the details of the retaining wall, so, in the other plan. So it can be a little bit confusing. The other piece that I saw, and in this case too, and for members of the audience and the board, this is on our agenda for a special, not just for the parking, this is for the reinstitution of the use of the building for that in the special permit. That's why there was more emphasis on this one for the, on the building. So I did have a question regarding the floor plans, though, because I can't see all 4 levels. We had some like partial submittal at one point, and then there was some plans uploaded this time, but they seemed a little older that showed the basement and the first floor.
so let me pull them up here. So, there we go. So, Mr. Martinez, I thought the same thing. Paul and I had a conversation. So this has proposed basement floor plan here, and then it has proposed first floor plan here, and nothing else.
Yeah, that's correct. That was the, so the second floor and the third floor is going to stay exactly the same. So what we went ahead and did was combine the basement with the first floor. I don't know if you guys remember the last meeting that we had, that we were going to do the first floor as a 5-bedroom, hence having the basement and the first floor being connected together. I don't know if you remember that.
I do, and I remember we had a conversation about making sure we remove any possibility for kitchens or separate living units or anything in the lower level.
Yes, and that's why we removed the kitchen. That's why the kitchen is not there.
Okay.
And we have, as you can see, the 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, the office, and the playroom. That's all going to be 1 unit.
Are the second and third floor the same as this first floor plan? Is that why?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
close. So we also had a question. Well, I was confused regarding the elevations and with the frontage of the building where it says, because you're going to remove like the front, the porches that go all the way up, like the balconies are going to be closed in, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So when they're closed in, that becomes part of the living space. So if I'm looking at the floor plan, Paul's pulling up here, maybe not the basement, right?
This is the first floor.
So where is the new?
Is this the front? Is this Daniel Street here?
Yeah, the first floor, because it's the sidewalk there, we can't not really close that off. But it's the second and third floor that's going to be closed off. That's why that's the entry. It has the entry there.
Wait, which side is which side is
This is
facing?
Daniel's, where it says entry.
Where?
On the bottom here.
Can't see your cursor.
Yeah.
Because I have my screen paused.
Yeah. Right where the cursor was at.
Daniel Street runs right here.
Yeah, right where the cursor's at. Yeah.
Can't see.
So that's Daniel Street. So this is the entry.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull up the street scene
Correct.
so that we can.
Yeah, it was just.
That's correct.
It was just a little difficult for me to orientate myself to,
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
because the elevations didn't have any directions on them either. I didn't know which.
I understand.
So
But that's Daniel Street there.
Yeah, I was trying
Yep,
to
right there.
match the floor
so
plan.
you're gonna narrow this a little bit, and that's going to be just an entry door.
Correct.
So that's that entry door that you see
Okay.
here. It's going to come up in 1 second here.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. starting to make sense to me. And then up here, they're going to be closed off. So correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Martinez, upstairs, this is going to be a straight wall across?
Yes.
The second and
open
third floor.
concept.
So are those, if you pull up the elevations?
Elevations, hold on, I gotta pause the screen to do that. So I have elevations?
Yeah, there's elevations. Maybe previous materials.
Oh, okay. Floor plan elevation.
And Chantel, I appreciate you putting the previous materials in there.
Yeah, it makes my life easier
You can,
too
like,
than to not have to
this
go
part-
back in
part of this-
multiple months.
The package of try to,
Yeah.
yes, so yes, I was trying to match this up to the floor plan,
So
so,
here's that porch entrance that's going to stay.
Yeah.
And then that door goes away?
In the bottom, no, that door's
No,
gonna stay there.
second and third floor.
Oh, second and third, yes, door goes away, yep.
So these,
It's gonna be all,
this is wrong. That's a flat wall there.
yeah, so it's going to be window, was there a window or nothing?
yeah, it's gonna be the door goes away, it's gonna be a smaller window to match the other ones.
Okay. And I think,
Yeah.
is,
Just your standard window.
okay. So I think, so that was one of the things maybe that we require, like, so thinking about when we're looking at, you're going to be reciting it?
Correct.
Yes.
Right.
So on,
And I'm gonna send Chantel. I mean, if it's okay with the board, I did the house in 115 High Street. I did the whole siding. It's gonna be exactly the same. I didn't get the turnaround to send it to Chantel or so you guys can see it, but it's gonna be the same siding and the interior is done. I'm gonna send you the picture so you could kind of get an idea of what the exact colors are gonna be and the material that I'm gonna be using.
because, yeah, that's what we we did want to review, because it was more like if this was going to be completely flat, it's like where you say porch to be removed, is it going to be like maybe you have a column in the front of a different material or color or, you know?
Paul, is
Yeah, it's gonna be like a grayish color.
put up 115 High
Beside-
Street?
So I have 113 High
Yeah,
Street up,
115.
and the street scene's not modern enough.
It's not modernized?
From 2019.
115?
Yeah, so
115.
yeah, I mean, I can show you what it looks like.
What about Google Earth?
I can try Bing Maps, see if that, so is it this one?
No. 115. It's across. There it is. That one there. That's not an updated picture. That's not updated, but we did that. I mean, it's good that you could see that one, but we changed the siding. We did the roof. We did the garage in the back. We did the whole 9 yards on that one, and it's a dark gray.
What color? What colors did you use?
Dark. It's like a dark gray. Let me see. I'm gonna try to pull it up really quick here. Let's see if I could just send this.
I mean, you can pull it up. We could give you access.
I could It's not.
Yeah, the
I could email it. I could. What's a good email? I could email it
other
really
map
quick.
is the wrong one. You can send it to paulfont22, PAULFONT 22@gmail.com.
PAUL. What's the rest? I'm sorry.
FONT
Yep.
22@gmail.com.
@gmail.com. Okay. Perfect. Okay, I just sent that. I just sent the garage over. I'm trying to find the other ones really quick of the front of the house. Shit. And this is the flooring, the kitchen. This is what it's all going to look like. Try to get the front of the house here for you.
I'm not too, well, it's up to the rest of the board. I'm not concerned about interior because it doesn't matter to me what the inside looks like necessarily. I mean, other than showing what sort of work you do, but the exterior I'm very interested in.
And we want
Yep.
to make sure any condensers won't be
All right, I just got it. So let me pull up this.
on the outside of the building.
I mean, it's just a newly sided garage. That's all it is, but.
So the house is the same color. I'm trying to get the front of the house here now. That way you can see what I'm just talking about.
Did you use a different material or color on the pitch, on the peak.
Well, this will be, the peak here is just a
No,
roof.
well, he meant on the house that he
Okay.
did. No.
Yeah, it's all the same, same exact with the,
It is, I mean,
White
it's a nice,
bit.
clean color difference, the white and gray.
yeah,
It is.
yeah. It's legit, like the whole house is the same deal. I'm just trying to get the picture of the front of the house. I don't have it. But that's the color, that's the uniform, if you will, that I'm going to use in Daniel Street. Same exact.
And the trash enclosure would be like the white vinyl around on the side to the parking.
Correct. Correct.
You'd have white windows, pretty much, with the white trim and the gray siding.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And any of the, what about the staircases on the exterior? Fire escape or?
That's going to be, I was thinking of doing the gray or just the regular black, the black they use for the fire escapes, you know?
Gray or black?
Just the regular.
So, you know,
Yeah.
I guess it's the question, it's like not to leave it like natural wood, so to speak, off the side.
No, absolutely not. No.
Like it'd be either composite or painted white or black or,
Yeah, everything's going to be touched. I am going to get the DLED certificate, so I have to either vinyl or paint everything there.
reside, provide colors.
Paula, just to be
Yeah.
clear, because I don't understand what you're saying, what do we want to be vinyl? All the decking?
I asked him about the fire escape, so all of the exterior staircases.
Are you talking about fire escapes, or are you talking about the porches and stairs? Because they're,
Are they both,
because I think he was talking about like pull down like metal fire
like metal?
escapes.
Okay. I don't know if it's
I'm just trying
actually,
to be clear, I don't,
Yeah, the fire escape's the black, in the black for the actual fire escape.
he's talking about the
you
black
actually
metal
have
fire
a, do you
escape.
actually have a black metal fire escape?
I can get it.
No,
get
I'm
it
saying,
on.
is it required?
Okay,
No, no.
so what I'm
no, it's
asking
not.
pretty much is the exterior staircases that go up, are they anything exterior going on the outside of the building? Like
In the back. In the back, yes, there's
Okay.
going to be in the back.
Right.
Hold on, let me pull this
Okay.
back up. Bear with me one second.
Well, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, because it
who's
sounded like
doing
we're
it?
talking about two different things. So like, see these stairs here, these entry stairs, you must be rebuilding these, right?
I can't see it. Oh, right here. Oh, that's the side to the right. That's the side. That's where that's in between the parking lot. I thought we were saying in the back.
So,
Like the
so the
back-
question is, so these are these being rebuilt?
Yes.
So,
yes.
so if the board says composite materials, so like composite wood and vinyl trim, you can do that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
We have a big problem with a lot of the multifamily properties that, you know, when people do pressure treated decks, they don't keep up with the staining and maintenance, and then 10 years go by and they're falling apart, and it's much, the composite products have a much longer life and they tend to look much better longer.
Yeah, it doesn't look great having that against your nice composite building when you have a deteriorating,
Yeah, no, I'm going to modernize everything, and I'm going to have material that's long lasting. I don't want to deal with it myself either. I want to put it in there and not touch it again for like 20 years if I get the best material. You know, I don't want to go back there in 10 years and do more work.
as we know,
I want to use the best of the best.
there really is no room for landscaping in this location, so.
Yeah.
I think the only other spot would be for landscape would be what? The round, I don't, if there's even a spot between the entranceway, the driveway on the right? Might be anything.
I
Not sure if there's a,
couldn't imagine with the drop because you have a
Yeah.
retaining wall there.
oh, there is a retain,
Yeah, that retaining wall, that guardrail goes
down.
all the way to the street.
oh, okay. Yep.
So if you landscape this and there's nothing.
No,
that-
no, there, just keep going.
Oh, right here?
Yep, yeah, right there.
Yeah, I don't know what grade
whatever.
change there is.
I don't know what's going on.
Is there room for landscaping right here?
Or is that a guard?
Jose?
Or would that be a guardrail? I don't-
Let me
There's a
see
drop.
1 second here. Let me see here. Where? I'm sorry. Where?
Right along the frontage, the only spot right.
That's where the curve cut's gonna go. I don't really think there's gonna be that much room there.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a drop-off there or slope, that spot?
So this,
No. We're gonna level it out. We're gonna level that part out as closest to the street as we can. The elevation should be on there, no? I think Whitman and Bingham did that for me.
Yeah, it is.
yeah, the grades are on, the proposed grades are on there. It's so the street is at 88 and this is 94. So there's a 6 foot, there's a 6 foot drop over the first 7 feet. That's pretty substantial.
Yeah.
Unless these grade lines are old grade lines, which they might be, I don't know. Because here it says, that's the, no, I'm sorry, that's the elevation of the drain line, I think. There's no, here it is. No, it's level. This is 94 right here, this is 94 right here.
The first spot will be
It's level.
Be like level. So that was a question of like whether or not there's a little separation spot right there to, there's some, I don't know, little bark mulch or. What else is going to go there? You're just paving it all the way over to the sidewalk. You need to have defined line and separation.
Okay.
That's all. So it's just,
Okay.
so if you did just, if that was able to do so, because you get a 3-foot space between that and the sidewalk, the concrete walk, and your parking area with the curb on it, then you've got a small area. You can put in some landscaping, a couple of bushes,
Yeah.
hostas or something.
Yeah. That's true.
Low landscaping, because you want to be able to see.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little tight. Man.
Yeah, I mean, even if
nice.
you did, like Paula said, you did something that'll survive there. 6 hostas that go across, that no maintenance, and that might just survive the salt.
Yep.
You can have a mulch bed there. It's a 3-foot area, so it's definitely possible to do it. So, and that's 3 feet to the property line. You probably have a little more. Oh no, that's actually because the concrete walk is maybe another half a foot. That's this line, this second line here.
Yeah.
Oh,
A
yeah.
little bit.
So.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be anything substantial. I agree with Paul, though. You want a separation to show this is the difference between the sidewalk and parking space number 1, or in this case, parking space
And
number
then the
6.
parking space, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind
Maybe like a small guardrail or something, like, I don't know. Or some.
Do you want to continue that guard?
Or something.
Do you want to continue
Maybe
that?
some other-
Do you want to continue that guardrail up along parking spot 6? Because your guardrail goes all the way to here.
Yeah. If it comes out a little bit, maybe that can be some separation too from that. Maybe even more extra protection, I would say.
I mean, if you want to continue it, I don't see a problem with it. I still don't think it's hard to just do, a couple plantings and a 3-foot mulch bed.
Like Apavantes or something, right?
Yeah, well, I don't think you want anything that's going to grow any higher than a couple feet.
Right.
Because you don't want to block visibility turning out of that. So you want something, really low, like junipers, or something really low that's only going to get a foot or 2, 1.5 feet off the ground.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Yep.
We can just say add a landscaping mulch bed next to parking
Yeah.
space number 6.
Exactly. Low,
and
low planting.
figure just low lying perennials, and just figure out something that works there.
Okay. That works.
Can you see the staircase in the back? I know it says stairs there.
Can I
Are those, well, I don't know, probably from the We probably can't see it from the.
Yeah, I
street
can
view.
do hold on, I can do the near map 3D probably. Bear with me for 1 second.
Sure.
The city was nice enough to set me up with an account, so.
So the staircase in the back, are you rebuilding this staircase?
Yeah, I'm doing everything.
Okay.
The landscaping, staircase, and I'm going to do everything. This is a whole complete rehab.
Yep.
Everything, yeah.
All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see if we have a 3D view. Oh, okay. Well, it's something. Let's see what it looks like. All right.
And where were you going to put like your condenser units and things like that for the?
We're going to go inside the actual unit, so I'm going to get the Navians, and I'm going to put them in the unit.
So this is, yeah, it's an old picture.
Oh, okay.
So nothing really comes out, but I mean, I can go around the building, but it's if I do the,
Jeez, you know how to find stuff.
even the vertical is. Bless you. All right, let me.
It's okay. I guess I just wanted to just establish that we're not going to have like exposed wood staircases and things on the building, that you'd be looking at the composite materials.
You cannot see those rear stairs.
Just like
I mean,
that.
I have let me see if I can find the photo from last month. I put
Maybe
it up
less
last
of an
month.
issue on the back side of the building, but
You're right. What I'm saying is they're not visible from Plymouth Street. You can kind of see across the neighboring property, but you'd have to really try to see those stairs.
okay. Do you propose any lighting for the parking lot area, or just like wall packs or anything like that, or off the building for the lighting the parking area? I'm not sure if you.
It was going to go right on the parking lot there. It was just the regular lighting. Just regular lighting there on the parking lot. It should be on there. It should. I know.
So
That's one of the things that talks.
yeah, so it does say right here, Paul,
Light pole.
proposed light pole. See note A. Note A says
Building flood lighting totals not more, exterior lighting fixtures not more than 20 feet, not more than 20 feet high, all lighting dark sky compliant.
Yeah.
20 feet though. That sounds crazy, but
Yeah.
but at the same time, I think that as long as everything's dark sky compliant, meaning it doesn't shine out, it shines down, that shouldn't necessarily be a problem. Anyone that's seen the new lights at Crocker from a distance, how cool it looks that it just covers the field.
yeah.
That's kind of the idea, dark sky compliant lighting. So
Okay. Does any board member have any questions regarding this?
I just want to make sure that when they do the construction on this building, am I correct in saying that all of the existing siding is going to be stripped?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the second and third floor porches are going to be enclosed, and they're going to have the same size windows that are existing on the building?
It's smaller.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
no,
Is it same size, or are they going to be
No,
smaller?
he said they're going to be typical windows.
Typical windows? Okay.
Yeah, whatever the regular size is of the windows, that's what we're going to go with.
Okay, good.
Jose, the question kind of that everyone's leading to is they're going to look like the other windows you have in that exterior elevation.
That's correct. Yes, yes, that's going
Don't want them to be
the uniform.
odd looking.
Yeah,
Yeah, the point I
yeah,
was
not
making-
not a 5x5 window, and then we got 10x10 windows on the other side. It's going to look like a cuckoo house.
No, the point I was making was earlier in the meeting, you had talked about enclosing those porches and putting a small window. But I just wanted to make sure that the windows are going to match in size to the existing windows that are.
That's correct. They're going to be inside. They're going to match in size. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
great.
Okay. It also has come that you're going to and resolve any outstanding fees with the Board of Health after, with this project.
Yeah, do you want me to just read that? It basically, we got a response that I brought it up because I was anticipating it, basically saying that there are, our health commissioner had acknowledged that there's the outstanding fees still, but that he urged us to move forward with this. I think one of the permit conditions, I apologize if you just said this, but one of the permit conditions will be that before any permits are issued, that you pay the fine outstanding with the Board of Health, which is, I think, $2,500, $1,500?
I don't know what the amount.
I was asking Chantel, but.
I think,
Yeah, they said, I'm sorry, Chantal, to cut you off. They said they were going to waive it.
Yeah, as long as you resolve
Okay.
it, they just
Yeah.
say, just resolve it with the Board of Health, whether it's paid or waived or.
Okay.
And
However that works.
That would be like prior to any building permits.
We do have a department review here from Ryan. It says, please apply for a wastewater connection permit to account for new sewage usage. This project will require a curb cut permit from DPW. The proposed driveway apron must be constructed with concrete per DPW specifications. Do you get that, Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Okay. Please note that all utility connections and street sidewalk improvements must be performed by a contractor who's bonded with the city and who remains in good standing. So some of your work might have to be done by a different contractor depending on who you hire for your on-site work.
The curve cuts, right?
Yeah.
The curb cut and the apron, any work that's done within the city layout. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Alex, do you have any questions? Okay. Is there anybody in the audience that has any questions or comments on this application? You're all set? Okay. Hopefully we're able to answer some questions for you. And is there anybody remotely that has any comments, questions on this application? Okay.
Hold on one second. I wasn't paying attention, but I know Tracy was. No one.
No.
Does any other board member have, you have any? No, all set, Peter?
Before we vote on it, the only other question I have for Mr. Martinez was, obviously, it being a retaining wall, they require fall-proof fencing, which is on the plan, and I'm pulling it up as I'm talking to you. The fall protection fence, I'm sure it's listed in detail here somewhere, but I can't find it.
Previous materials?
No, I mean, I have, so it's referenced in this. I'm looking at the actual design for the retaining wall. My point was that if the fall prevention fence, it's usually 4-foot chain link. My request is that if it's a chain link fence, that it be black vinyl coated chain link.
Black vinyl coated?
Yeah, they put a coating on the chain link so it lasts longer.
I understand, okay.
I'm sure you've seen the fences before. They're pretty common. But instead of galvanized fencing that might not weather as well or doesn't look as nice originally, that looks a lot better.
Yeah.
If the fall prevention fencing is required to be something else, then as long as it's aesthetic, as long as it looks nice.
I understand.
What is your timeline proposed to work on this project?
As far as start and end?
Yes. Yep.
If everything goes right, I've been given a timetable of anywhere between 6 to 8 months.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So just
Yeah.
aware, underneath the new MGL provisions, there's a 3-year to start on special permits now. So just trying to say that when it should be completed, no later than.
Yeah, we're ready to get this project going. It's we've come a long way with it,
You have.
and I thank you guys for bearing with me on this, and we're gonna make it right. We're gonna make it look really nice.
And I do want to tell you that from when we started this, however long ago, to the way that you handled tonight, it's come a long way, and you did a great job tonight. You provided us the materials we needed. I finally have hope for this project, so I'm glad to hear that you're moving forward.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. Does the board have all the information it needs for this evening? Okay.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
A motion's been made to close the hearing. Roll call vote with a second. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Discussion.
So I have new siding, and then I put in parentheses because of Peter, and I don't disagree, remove all existing siding and completely replace. Composite wood and vinyl trim on the porches and decking. If the fall-proof fence is chain link in nature, that it be black-coated vinyl chain link fencing. Mr. Martinez, I'm just going to mute you because we're in deliberation. I'm sorry. Add a landscaping mulch area next to parking space number 6 on the parking plan provided between parking space number 6 and the property line, to use some sort of low-growth perennial plantings not to block the sight lines. And the most important one that I have is this approval is for 3 units. The lower level is to be part of the first floor unit, never be a standalone individual unit, and never be rented by anyone other than the occupants of unit 1. And this is, if you don't have any more, do you have any more, Paula?
Composite trim, landscaping. Nope, just match the windows on the.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did forget one. Satisfaction of
DPW.
satisfy the DPW requirements as noted, but more pointed to satisfaction of the outstanding fees associated with the Board of Health, whether that's payment or dismissal of the fees.
And when we said about the siding, it was going to be mentioned into either the 2-color gray with white trim.
Similar to the exhibit provided. I emailed it to you, so for the file.
Thank you. Similar to exhibit. Okay. Provided.
And if that's it, I'll make my motion.
No? I think that's good.
Make a motion to approve the special permit and site plan for Pristine Choice Real, yes.
The condenser's outside. He said he's going to go with the Aviant, so just making sure that that's no exterior.
So then we should probably say that if condensers are to be located, they're located behind the building or on the roof.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Behind or enclosures, in behind building roof, not out of windows.
Do we need a comment? Sorry, now that you mentioned that brought up something else. Do we need a comment about the trash locations?
And the trash locations per the plan to be vinyl fence coating.
There's no trash enclosure on the plan?
Yeah,
there is, right next to the.
It says enclosure.
How? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm sorry. I was looking at the design of the retaining wall. Okay.
It didn't say materials, so we'll just.
Yep, proposed fence trashed receptacle area to be decorative vinyl fencing. Yep. Okay. Make a motion to approve the special permit and site plan for Pristine Choice Realty LLC to reinstate the building as a 3-unit dwelling with new parking area at the location of 147 Daniel Street, subject to the conditions just previously noted.
Second.
There's a second. Okay. And roll call vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. All right.
Thank you, Jose. You can unmute now if you want, Jose, if you want to say anything.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say thank you, and I appreciate you guys and all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This one. This one. We do have on the next application, it was a special permit and site plan review for 0 Townsend Street. And that has been requested to be continued to our March meeting.
I do think there's people here for that, and I do know that there were, just so that they know, Chantel had sent me photos that I had prepared to show tonight, but since it's continued, I will try and make a note to put them in our
Folder, so that,
in our folder. I'll email them back to you in PDF form. I already did one of them, and then you sent me the second batch after. So I'll try to remember tomorrow to put them all in PDF. I'll email them to you. That way they can go in the folder for next month, so we can show all the abutter photos, and we can discuss at that point.
okay, so if there's anybody out here for that, there's been a request to continue, and it looks like in the interim, there has been submission of some photos that will be posted to the document center.
And it just, I can read the request for continuance if people are just wondering why. It says, at this time, we're requesting a continuance of the public hearing for Townsend Street to the next scheduled planning board meeting. We have most of the comments and concerns for the board addressed, but the owner is working on the final plans for the houses and needs a little more time. I'd rather come back to you with everything addressed rather than just in pieces.
Okay.
So that's the reason for the continuance.
All right, and our date for our next meeting is March 25th, I believe? Okay, Tuesday, March 25th. So please notate that, because typically we don't send out another abutter notice on a continuation unless it goes really long.
Make a motion to continue to our March planning board meeting, a regularly scheduled planning board meeting.
A motion has been made with a
Second.
second from Tracy to continue. Roll call vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Peter?
Aye?
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. All right, continue that one.
Bless you.
Bless you. Our next item this evening is a special permit and site plan review for Paul Tossi, proposing the renovation of a building for mixed use consisting of one commercial unit and 17 residential units located at 533 Main Street in the downtown business district. So, I'll put this just forward, is that we are, this evening, a board of 5 instead of 7, if you wish to continue with the board of 5.
Let's do it.
All right.
All right, I did get your email. I'm going to pull it up. Let me just save it first, and then... Whoa, that was the wrong button.
So this is opening the hearing for 533 Main Street.
Okay. And Jake, you want me to control the presentation? You just
Yeah, you can if you like. Just as a
just
good
tell me where you want me to go. And I'll,
yeah, you can just scroll through it.
Okay.
Yeah, we keep going.
Are we good? Are we good to start?
Yep.
Okay. If you guys just want to introduce yourself first, and we'll do
Sure.
that.
Hey, I'm Jacob Zapata, with the Tassi Group, or Watch Us Grow LLC, that's doing the developments on Main Street, so 298, 347. And then this is Alex Dillon. He's our head of construction, vice president of development, who's actually in the buildings every day, making sure everything gets done. So,
Perfect. All right. So,
yeah, just a quick update for those that want to see the progress that's happened at 298. We're pretty excited about all the apartments being done and Goldfish Mercantile opening up here in the next couple of months. And keep going. Progress at 347 is actually a little bit farther along than when this was put together. Looks like we'll actually be handing the space over to the tenant in the next 6 weeks.
nice.
So that's pretty exciting. They're kind of flying through that thing, which is great. And now that all the structural upgrades and reinforcements are complete, so we can keep going there. This is the actual concept for the building at 533 Main Street. So this is known as the old YMCA building. Prior use before the building went vacant was a bank, and it's still outfitted like a bank with its offices on the second and third floor. So we're proposing effectively 9 2-beds and 8 1-beds. Some of the 5 of those 2 beds being kind of the 1-bedroom den, but still 2 bathrooms. So basically a bedroom without a window. And then on the first floor, we'll be targeting one retail space. So one 4,500 square foot, give or take, retail space spanning the bottom kind of sub-basement, and then that actual, what you're seeing right there, are the first floor when you walk in. The retail tenant has not been secured yet.
When you say 4,500, just to be clear, because you mentioned 2 levels, it's 4,500 over 2 levels?
Over 2
So on
levels.
the first floor, it's 2,000-ish square feet?
So it's 2361 on the sub level, and then 2129 on that first level right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have the size in front of you of the total footprint, the first floor? How big the first floor square footage is?
First floor square footage looks like it is roughly, let's see, I think we were looking at roughly 6,000 square feet of floor.
So the breakdown is going to be about 4,000 square feet in units, 2,000 square feet-ish in commercial space.
Yeah. So
3,500,
on that first
3,500,
floor,
something like that?
so on that first floor, I think there's actually a slide for it if you want to scroll down.
Sure.
So you can actually see it. There's the elevations. That's the basement. It's the first floor
Yep.
right there. And
So,
those
yeah,
have,
2129, now that you say that, so
Yeah.
2129, and then the remainder is, so that's 866, 836, 824, so 16, 17. So, yeah, so and then you have stairwells and corridors, so the
Correct.
commercial's about 21 and change, and then the back space is like 35 or whatever it ends up being.
yeah, you're right.
Maybe not that much, but yeah, okay. I was just trying to get a breakdown. I'll let you go. I will go back to the slides. I didn't want to get too off topic. I just wanted to see how big the commercial space was.
So in the rear of the building, quite a bit of work to be done, especially with redoing that fire escape. The back of the building facade, there's going to be reworked, kind of what you see with the current window footprint. We're going to try to work within that, give or take, cutting out some potential holes on the right side of the building where, and you do have windows there, but that's actually where the current stairwell's at. So if you look at the plans, we're moving it, right? So there's going to be a stairwell in the middle of the building, and then a stairwell abutting 515 Main Street, which is the white office building next to it, to maximize the dead space, essentially, since you can't put any windows there.
And it was just brought to our attention, you probably know this already, but it was just brought to our attention that this is part of the Monument Square Historic District, so you'll need to meet with the Historical Commission to
Exactly.
match this up historically with them.
Yes, Chantel did forward us the correspondence with them. We have engaged and understand kind of what next steps will be in terms of maintaining that the exterior facade will be approved by the Historical Commission.
Okay.
We're actually will be using a consultant as well that deals with this type of stuff.
Internally, as an aside, I was amazed that the date of approval of that was 2022 through the council. I don't ever remember seeing that. That is that's a planning thing that we should have seen. So I don't know. And that was right around the time Mike left too, so maybe that was part of it.
I'm glad
but-
it was shared.
Yeah, right, exactly, because it had a lot of information on it. I don't know if you're familiar with it, Peter, being our local historian, but it's the document Chantel had sent. It has a map of, what the area is encompassed that has to follow the historical characters of that neighborhood.
I literally think we're the only building on that side.
I did
that's
think-
an envelope around.
Yeah.
Yeah. It got-
We're like,
it got
okay, awesome.
captured. I'm very curious as to what is underneath that paneling on the frontage, though.
Yeah, so are we.
Everyone is
Really
hopeful
the ones
for
that, like, hope
We are all
hoping.
hopeful for you.
There is something in the document repository that you have that kind of shows what it used to look like. So we're kind of going off of that to.
Yeah, I can pull that up because
Yeah.
this is, we saw it, but this is
So
the
that
first
everybody
public
can see
meeting.
it.
So if you bear with me for 1 second, I got to pause my screen and then go to,
Yeah.
That's so cool.
So
wait, there's another one too, right, if I remember correctly?
there are
were
two of them.
Two
yeah.
photos, let me
They
go
all kind of
back.
look similar.
And this one. Oh, no, was that the same one?
Yeah, it's okay, though.
Oh, right here, YMCA 1950.
Oh, that's cool. I actually haven't
But
seen.
look at the bottom
haven't seen
floor,
that
right?
Right. Yeah,
So we think so if you look at the It looks like that stone in between the actual glass is still there and is just covered up. It looks like it is when we were like kind of pulling it back to see what's back there. So fingers crossed, we hope. If not, then I think the plan is to actually make it
Yeah, the pedestal
like it
column.
was.
Yeah, so we're trying to reapply. If we can't bring back the stone that was currently there, my concern is the fact that once you put something over the top, they usually come back and parge it, and then the stone is gone. So what we'll have to do is reapply another type of stone over it so we can bring the stone look back on that first floor. That's the intent.
I think this board will defer to the historical commission. on
Yeah,
that.
that's again, they're going to have to.
We don't want to
approve it.
give you direction, and then it contradicts what they require of you, so.
That would just be, I would say, a condition of this work with the historical
Yeah.
commission on the facade improvements, and then you
Exactly.
could provide that plan to us, back to us for part
Roger.
of the permit.
So that photo is as of 1950, you said? That's pretty cool.
A lot has changed.
I can't believe they took that.
I can't, yeah, they
that-
spent the expense to take it off. Why?
Amazing.
Also, it looks like there was a building in the rear where that parking lot is now.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize that either.
There was.
Yeah,
Yes, there was.
I don't know what it was, but. Okay, cool. Oh, we can keep going.
Wow.
Hold on one second, I'm just making
Oh,
notes.
you're good.
Yep. Okay.
See, it's got ivy now on the back.
So, of course, on the first floor, subject to change, and, essentially the plan and what we were trying to show here with exterior elevations is like, we're gonna just pretty up what's already there. So, do I think the current colors on there, I think the building's currently orange, are what was there when it was originally done? I actually don't know, because everything's in black and white, but
I don't think it was orange, but,
the plan was to
so the.
Keep it like that.
Yeah, part of the issue is that once you paint it, it's almost impossible to bring it back to original. So we have to find something else that's,
Close.
yes, that's what we're going to have to do.
Comparable.
We don't know what those colors are yet. We know you can't strip it, you can't bring it back because it's too deep into the brick and the mortar, and it'll never come back to life like we would like it to. Not at a cost that's feasible anyways. So we're going to find something that we're working with the Historical Society to figure out what that should look like.
Okay.
which again comes back to the condition that you said, Paul.
Yep.
I mean, similarly, we typically say on a historic structure, please keep with the same similar openings, I'm sure, but they're going to insist on that.
Yeah.
And we weren't proposing to change the windows, really, or the structure, particularly on the arch windows, I think, in your proposal.
Yeah, not the windows. I mean, the big change that you're seeing here is on the first floor to make sure that whatever retail space is in there, you can see inside of it.
Right.
And it's enticing, and people go and eat there or shop there or whatever turns out to be there.
We don't know for sure right now, but what we do know is if you go back to that old picture and you can see the round column, it
On
was
the end.
probably granite at one point in time, is no longer there. Like, they did remove that thing and they put block. So now currently holding up the corner of that building is actually a block wall. I'm sure it's grouted solid.
Are you talking about this corner?
I
Yeah,
am,
right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is not there. So until we pull off the face, we don't know if the arch on the right side is still in existence, or if that was deteriorating, they took it out and put block there as well.
I think we can be safe to say unilaterally for the exterior, let's wait to see what the historical commission says, because
Yeah.
it doesn't do us any good to.
It's tough. We would love to make it look just like that. We'll see how it
Yeah.
goes. We'll
Right.
do the best we can, that's for sure.
Fun to talk about, though.
It is.
Something to think about, when you're looking at, well, it's probably not falling to the historical side of things anyway, but it's kind of like, Shrewsbury Street and Worcester, and you've got windows, like really big windows that would even open out to the street, or it brings the street in. So if it was some type of, food venue or things like that, that's, you have that little bit bigger opening instead of just having a wall scenario. But I'm not sure if it falls into the
I think
historical
for the
component
sake
at
of
this point,
everyone,
but
we
yeah.
should just stay away from the exterior
Oh, yeah. We're
in
gonna,
its
like-
entirety until we hear from them,
Yeah, it's-
well, until they hear from them,
yeah.
because their requirements are going to
Yep.
drive that train, so.
Yeah, the openings have changed, and it's like whether or not, yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Yep.
It's an ambitious thought. Let's save that for whoever wants to do the Johnsonia site.
All right, so these are just the floor plans, what it'll look like on each floor.
So basement, you have fitness, you have this, what most likely you assume would be what, some sort of ancillary storage for the commercial use?
Yeah, so it's what we're trying to do in all of our buildings, since they're kind of like urban core. And we don't have like storage areas in the back. So we did this at 298 as well. You know, you have, I don't know, these enclosures with a door on it, kind of like you would at any other storage facility, where you can come and put your Christmas stuff or your seasonal things to decorate your apartment, or, you know, miscellaneous type stuff. Since, you know, the apartments are good size, you know, they're
So
almost.
you're talking about the rear storage, I was talking about the commercial side, right? You're talking about this area? The rear?
So we're actually making that for residents.
Yeah, right, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that's what you were just saying, because you're saying residents were coming down to put things. Same idea. So you have one side that's most likely storage and, you know, product, whatever, for the commercial, and then are you going to have in the residential storage side, are you going to have individual, like, storage components, or are you just going to have an open storage area for them?
No, individual storage components
Okay.
framed out.
Nice.
Yep.
Great.
Okay. So this is the first floor Main Street, this is ground level Main Street.
That's correct.
So we have one bedroom with den, a two-bedroom unit, and a two-bedroom unit. All these are internal hallways and stairs, and then the commercial component, which fronts on Main Street. So without speaking for you, because I've seen this a few times, like the board has done in other projects, we want to maintain the Main Street store frontage, while at the same time understand that a lot of these buildings are too big, that they won't be able to be rented the full depth of them, so that you have residential in the rear.
That's correct. And then the second and third floor are just mirrors of each other. So that's what the layout's actually going to look like for each of the floors.
So I was going to say, yeah, so it was 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom.
7 units, each floor, second and third floor, correct?
I know it says like with den, but they're actually 2 bedrooms with a closet.
But they can't call them a bedroom because they don't have daylight.
So for round numbers, you could say it's 9 2-beds and 8 1s, you know.
You have to do that because by code, it can't be a bedroom, because there's no you need daylight for
What
the
about all
bedroom.
these basement bedrooms? Wow.
You can't build that new anymore.
So I will say the dens also do have closets. The only thing that doesn't make it technically a bedroom is just the
Because there's 2 bathrooms, right, with and a 1-bedroom.
Yeah, exactly.
And in that regard, I'll just say, for the sake of thinking about like the parking, I don't know that it really matters that much whether we call it the 1 or even say, yeah, it's 2. I know it is per park code, only because the park is going to be off-site at the garages. So whether or not it's, 22 spaces or 17 spaces like new here.
I will say, to the applicant's credit, the numbers he gave us at the beginning were counting that as a 2-bedroom unit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though it's not a 2-bedroom unit.
All right.
So
when we still allocate 2 parking spots for the 2 beds, for the
Okay.
1 beds, knowing it's
For the
probably a
1
husband and
bedroom with
wife
then
or
2
a couple or
spaces.
something.
Well, 1.5.
I know I mentioned this to you guys when we had our informal, but I can't wait to see what the one in the corner looks like.
Oh, I know, that one's going to be.
Those round windows and kitchen and, however that is, seating area or whatever the heck it is, that should be cool.
If you ever want to see it, let us know. The view's pretty cool. Yeah.
Laundry in each unit, or
Yep.
laundry in each unit?
That's correct.
Well, that's a big plus, too.
And for the public record, I think you had mentioned these are marker 8 units?
All marker 8.
All marker 8 units.
What's this, oh, yeah, we have the square footage share ones, like 800, 596, 856.
For context, I don't know if y'all went inside 298 and looked at the units in there, but those are like 650.
It looks like your ones here average about 570.
So the ones in this building are almost as large as the twos and 298.
Yep. And the one with dens are 850, and then the two-bedroom 850 on the least.
So if I might ask, would be around the market rate, range for the one bedroom or the two,
For the
two
ones,
ends and-
for the ones, we're penciling like $1,400, depending on what year. We take into effect, like, I don't know, a 2.5% growth rate annually, something like that,
Yep.
in terms of rents are concerned here. For the twos, we're going to probably ask $1,900, $2,000 maybe. Just
Okay.
depends what the rents look like when it's time to open.
All right. And no elevator? No
No,
elevator?
no elevator in this building.
But it was mentioned, I think, was it going to be maybe on the first floor, you were going to have an accessible
I was just going to ask.
unit?
We are, yeah. Accessible units, we'll probably make all of the units, the accessible unit we'll probably make for sure is this two-bed right here off of Fox Street. The plan, just because we actually did get quite a...
You're talking about this one right here and the one in the middle?
Yes. We got quite a bit of inbound when we were leasing 298 for accessible units, and it just didn't work because of the granite step-ups and the way that the building's constructed on the street slant. In this building, the goal will be to make sure that, handicapped folks can lease all of the first floor if needed.
I'm always told in my day-to-day work, my real estate work, that there's a pretty sizable demand for rental accessible units.
I was surprised. Yeah.
So to
So all
clarify.
three are going to be?
Oh, you want me to go back to
Well,
that?
all three, like how many?
Just this one, the one on the
Just the
Fox
one?
Street side.
That one for sure, but if
Oh,
we
right.
have the ability to make all three of them accessible, we will.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to discuss parking.
Well, the parking plan, I think we're going to allocate roughly 34 spots, even though it's more than what we're required. But again, it's like there's what's required and there's what's the reality. And so if I put my property manager leasing hat on, it's a little easier for me to say that everyone's got 2 spaces. If it's a husband and wife and they're leasing one of the one beds, and they have 2 cars, to put their 2 cars somewhere. So we'll be working with the city to get 34 spaces.
Remind me, without me having to scroll back, what was the minimum number required?
The minimum number required, what is it, 1.5?
1.5
for the twos?
Yep.
I'm going to count
I can do it. I thought it was on
Should be 21.5, so 22.
22?
I'm not-
Because the reason why I asked that is the permit should probably reflect the minimum.
Yeah.
I think it's admirable. I think it's fantastic that you guys are, forward-thinking enough where you're going to, rent more spaces than what's the minimum required, but we don't want to hold you to a higher standard because you're holding yourself to a higher standard.
Sure.
I think if you want to do that, awesome.
Okay.
I think that we should leave you some flexibility in the permit condition in the
Appreciate
event
that.
you have a problem getting a space or whatever. So, because
So,
we
two-bedroom-
should outline it in the permit.
Yeah, so you said essentially almost 9 if we're counting the dens as a 2-bedroom
Yeah,
scenario.
I would count
9
those.
of
So if we said 25,
just through the numbers, that's 1.5, so that's 13.5, and then 8 one-bedrooms, that's 8, so 13.5 plus 8, 21.5, so 22.
so the reason why I just said 25, if the applicant's okay with it, that would be plenty of spaces for our minimum requirements and thus 1 or 2 guests, something like that. I mean, happy to do just the minimum too. I suppose I should keep with my original statement and
Just
shut my
minimum.
mouth, but
Go with them.
whatever you want, Paul.
If it's 22 and change and y'all just want to round up to 23.
It's 21 and change, I think.
Yeah, it's 20,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
21 and
And
change.
we just want to round up to whatever
Yeah,
the
that's fine.
minimum is.
22 is fine.
We'll exceed it, but
Yep, I'm sure you are. I recently had this conversation with someone else in the city about, the conversation was about, basically why do we always stick to requiring parking for certain sites? And the conversation was, even if we don't, generally speaking, for market rate units, the market wants parking spaces.
Yeah.
So that's the real driver. So if we say, one space per unit, that's all fine and good. It doesn't make the project more viable because the developer has to find a way to get the extra spaces. So anyway, I think you guys are doing right with what you're doing.
Yeah, it's, we definitely foresee a parking problem as the city develops, and so we'll
The good news is, for now, we have a significant surplus of available parking. And we have a parking lot right behind this that we haven't even developed yet on Elm Street.
Roger.
Just a quick question on your parking in the front. Are you going to have some kind of an agreement with your tenants that they are not to park in the front? Because I know it's difficult to police something like that on a public street, but I know you'd like to save those places for a commercial tenant, but that might not be realistic when you think about it.
Well, what we'll do, and what we did at 298, because we've got 2 or 3 spots in the front of 298, is we put in the lease that you can't park in front of there. Sure, maybe it's like if it's just 5 minutes to take groceries in and rock, but we do have parking actually in the rear of 298, so it's not really an issue there. It is in the lease though that they can't park there, so it is enforceable for us if we find it. I don't really want to, I will, if needed, put a sign that it's only for commercial patrons only, because there's 7 spots that wrap on Fox Street and then right there.
I think that's going to be probably beneficial, because there are businesses right in that building right next to you that have legal services and stuff. There's a lot of patrons that use those spaces there.
Yeah.
Well, we would handle that. I mean, because it's City Street, you can't put that sign up anyway. The city would have to do it. But I think the way that gets handled is the way we did this stretch right here with Popper's Pantry and Dario's. You add the 1 and 2 hour parking over time, so that you realize people aren't there for extended periods of time.
I just want to let you know that there is some extended parking here because of the legal services that are there, that clients need to stay a little bit longer. So they might be a little bit longer here than in other locations.
I'm just saying those controls are with the city council and not with this board. That's what I'm saying.
We just want to make it clear that there would be no residential tenant parking there, so we can make it clear with its tenants regarding that. If there needs to be signage, we can request that too.
Okay.
For that.
Yeah, the plan is to have in the lease like we did at the other building, and just making sure that they know it's like you can't park here. I guess unless you're using the business, but then you got to move, whatever the hour limit is. I think it's 2 hours right now.
Your lease would be just the Main Street spaces, or Fox Street too? Are there spots?
All of it.
Yeah.
So Main and Fox?
Well, just because whatever business that we end up putting there, that's prime real estate.
No. The only reason why I ask you that is like Paul had said, she wants our permit condition to match what you're going to put in your. So I was writing it down. No residential tenant parking on Main Street.
Yeah,
and then I just added and Fox Street if that's what you're going to do.
It should be similar, because they are using it right around the corner.
We can just put Main Street if you want to be safe. It's up. Paula had said she wanted it as a permit condition, so I was writing it down to make sure I had it.
We could put Main Street to be safe, just because we are making 1 unit accessible.
Oh yeah.
So we might say we actually have this at 298 as well, where we do have the accessible parking space. But for the retail patrons there with our lift, that's going into the retail space. So we'll just stick to Main Street for right now.
Okay.
So when we gave the informal presentation last month, the big thing to come out of it was what's the trash plan and where the dumpster's going. So this shows just kind of informally, hey, this is the type of enclosure that we're thinking about. Here's where the current dumpsters are going to go. If you want a formal site plan stamped, it's in the document room if you want to see that.
Can I just have one suggestion?
Sure.
Because I don't know if you heard a couple meetings tonight we talked about this. If you want to do something like that where where it's actual like fencing, like wood fencing, if the material can be either composite or vinyl. So you can, because we usually do dumpsters, enclosures, or vinyl fencing, but I understand some developers, you want it like of fence style like this, so it's more durable than the vinyl fencing. If you do that, if you can make it out of, vinyl, composite, AZEK, whatever, so that it weathers, we don't have to worry about things rotting and painting, and it's just, things always look great when they start, and then a year down the road, and I'm not saying you won't take care of it, but Mother Nature's
I'd like to caution, though, that this is probably still subject to historical commission, so we'll see what they say as well.
That is true.
On this.
That is true.
And they may want to see wood.
Although new, yeah, that's true.
So
I don't know.
just
I don't
gonna-
know how new structures apply to that. We might. So if you guys agree with what I just said, you make it composite or vinyl or something, so that it weathers better.
Could be brown.
If you hear that it's an issue with historical commission, we'll just have to modify the permit to whatever that ends up being.
Okay. Even if it's not attached to the building?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Paul had a good point. They might.
Yeah.
It might be part of it anyway. So.
Right.
Okay.
It's a very good point. We don't deal with, quite honestly, very rarely do we deal with the historic commission. So
It's part of the back, so it's going to be against the back. So
although that being said, there's a dumpster enclosure at BF, and they went through the historic commission. So, and they always had a dumpster as a school too. So anyway, who knows? But good point, Paul. Good point.
This kind of answers the question on when we were going to start the project.
So start hopefully by sometime spring, summer, and then end of next year be occupied, hopefully.
That's correct.
Okay.
what are you doing for like the condensers, AC, heat? Is that?
That's a him thing.
It's going to be historical.
You like them to?
Yeah, that'll be historical, not on the outside of the building. So, yeah, so just kind of,
They'll out of sight, out of mind. Everything will go on the roof.
okay,
You won't see any of it.
There's
Yeah,
not much
that's easy.
room.
no.
Yeah, we don't have window units. We don't have anything like that. All of our stuff is state of the art, and every unit has its own HVAC system. So
Okay.
everything will be on the roof.
And just, I know this is still subject to historical commission, but it's like, you're at, like particularly like your Main Street, your entrance ways, large sconce historic lighting or something along those lines. But I don't know how close they want to go, but something to show that presence or the residential or other, other upscale aspect to it, in fitting with the building. I'm not sure what they're going to say, but I just put that out there to, whether or not there could be any enhancements or how precise it needs to be back to, I'm not sure how open they'll be.
Well, we have ideas for lighting and things of that nature
Yeah.
around the building as well. But like you said, we have to
Yeah, we're all,
everything approved, so to speak.
We will
Yeah,
be.
consult.
Oh, yeah.
We will be anxious
I'm
to see
sure
what
it
ends
will
up
turn
happening.
out fantastic.
I would suggest to that point, though, our concern is, especially with you guys, you did good on 298 Main. I have faith that you will do great on this project as well, but because people don't hold projects forever, I would suggest to what Paula said that one of the permit conditions be what we did for the Drury building, no window AC units. So that just carries from now on, because that's a bane
Yeah, I
of-
think that's,
Absolutely.
we put in there is pretty standard now about
Yeah.
their exterior to not have, them hanging out.
Okay.
Yep.
Not a problem.
That's actually good to
Other things that, and think about this, it might not be as it's such an issue for this type of building, but when we look at the, like window shades and things, particularly if they're very large windows in a building, that they're provided by the landlord and installed so that you're not seeing a haphazard, some has it, some don't, some have this, some from.
Someone
from the
hangs a sheet.
A sheet, from the exterior.
that happens?
Because that, so that there's
understand.
professional, hardware there, they can decorate things after that, but you've got the
Yeah.
sheets and things that are built already in.
It's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah.
The permit condition would probably just be worded conformity with window treatments. And you can monitor that however you want. If your tenants pay for it and you approve what they put up, whatever, or if you guys do it, we have different developers that have done it different ways.
Understood.
It's how you make sure you don't have things sticking out and looking
And
unusual.
typically, also when you're thinking about the residential on the first floor, their exposure to like whatever the window is to the sidewalk, that there's some type of privacy for that too, or i.e. indoor security, or depending how high up they are or low, or
Do you have any windows that would be eye level? Would they need to be frosted glass or anything like that?
So anything that we put in the outside is going to have to be a tempered glass anyways.
Right, but like frosted so that you can't see through it?
Frosted isn't a requirement.
No, I'm saying if anything's eye level, walking down Fox Street.
So we could put in frosted glass, but it's actually almost better to put in a window treatment. They can keep it closed and open it when they want to, type thing. So we can consider anything, however, because we're not opposed.
No, just putting the thought of just to think about it, about aspects like that.
Yeah, on the lower floors, we know that they would have to have some sort of window treatment to have their privacy, for sure.
Yeah, first floors particularly, yeah.
Most of the stuff that we have right now, we don't have that issue because everything's on the second floor, and it's not a problem, but this one would definitely be on the backside of the building, so we will definitely consider doing something. It probably installed on our end, so it's done when they lease the space.
Definitely on the first floor.
Yeah, definitely on the first floor.
Department comments?
Let me look. All right, let's see. Please apply for wastewater connection permit to account for additional sewer usage. Engineering must witness the CCTV inspection of existing sewer line to determine if it can be reused. That's it.
Okay.
Yep.
And
Probably will need to upgrade there.
comments from the board and open it up to the public?
No, that looks great.
You all set?
Okay.
Very exciting project.
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on that? If you want, can you come up to the podium? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Johanna Viteri. I'm here with our pastor, Pastor Valerie Sednatis, and we recently purchased the property at 515 Main Street. And we just wanted to read a statement of support. So we're pleased to express our strong support for the redevelopment of the property at 533 Main Street. This site has remained vacant for a very long time and has created some challenges for us, especially with our new building. The planned development of this property is a welcome improvement that will enhance the safety, appearance, and economic vitality of the area. We, as the abutters, when we bought the building, we are putting about $500,000 into the building to renovate it. We are going to be modernizing the elevator that we have in there. Therefore, it's really welcome when we heard that the property was purchased and was going to be redeveloped. So we really look forward to the positive impact that this will have in the community. We only had a few concerns. We do share that back fire stairway. So we have met with Mr. Zapata once, and we hope that we can work together because that's connected to both buildings. And then the parking also, which you addressed too, because like you said, Madam Chairman, we do have both legal services and attorney Tree sees a lot of clients. Just last week, we had to open because, the city didn't clear the snowbanks very well so that a handicapped person could get in there. And we were going to talk to her about, maybe getting a handicap accessible parking in the front because, it's very hard for them to park anywhere else and get into the building. And we just wanted to say that we fully support this project and appreciate the efforts being made to transform this long vacant site into a valuable asset for the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
And like you mentioned, you did some outreach with the neighborhood property regarding the renovations.
Yeah, I mean, we sat down with them because we do have the, it was on our slide, the fire escape's in pretty bad shape, so we have to kind of reinforce it and refix it to make sure that the stairs that go up into their kind of second floor unit right there, that it's kind of secure and safe. It's not, it's attached, so if ours pulls off, it would hurt the kind of stairway a little bit, so
We haven't gotten to it yet just because the weather's been so bad. We have a roofer coming out to stop all the raining into the building, and I know there's some runoff that goes onto there, so we're addressing all of it and working with it. And then we'll probably actually reach out to the church next door and see what their kind of parking plan is there for more of the retail patrons more than anything else, kind of like what Elmer did with Dario's, working with Fitchburg State to get some parking spaces over there kind of after hours. We'll probably be looking to potentially do something similar. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, whether or not there's worth to just put into like revisit
May I
parking.
just address the planning board? That backfire escape is very important for us because that's our second means of egress. We don't have any other means of egress for the second and third floor.
Okay. Fire escape. And we could even say that, no, just to revisit the parking after like a year or something like that, or occupancy and see how
Are you
things are
talking about the
going.
on-street spaces?
Yeah. I don't know
Yeah, I mean, if we make a permit condition that no residential tenant parking on Main Street, I don't know how we can make that more clear.
Well, we can say whether or not it's necessary on Fox Street.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
I see.
That aspect is like, how is it transpiring with between that and the businesses kind of thing?
Yeah, yep. It's a special permit, so we can call them back if that's a problem too. But yeah, whatever you want. What do you?
We need to say parking review. I think it's interesting to do since we're doing some of these on Main Street, that we just go back and see how things are working or they're not.
So the only thing that's always a question there is the trigger. So parking review 1 year after issuance of the occupancy permit?
Yeah, but then.
I'm just trying to figure out how to word it in the condition, that's it.
Anybody else have any suggestions? I think after a year.
I think after a year,
Yeah.
you got to at least see what.
Yeah. What's happening?
From issuance of last occupancy permit? So that's fully occupied?
It's fully occupied.
Yeah, I think that's safer.
Yeah.
Do you think when it's renovated, you'll be doing, like, how,
So
you'd be renovating while
I'll tell you
you're
what we
occupying?
did at 347 is we're looking to activate the ground floor spaces first. So there are two separate occupancy permits. There's like a commercial one, there's a residential one. That's what we did with the last two buildings.
Yep.
I don't know if that will do that here, but to be safe, we might do that depending on what type of retail tenant wants to go in and what their timeline is. So if you want to make it a condition for whatever occupancy permit has the residences. Into it.
Yeah, it was, maybe on the would be on the, I'm not so much concerned on the commercial.
We likely wouldn't do, I don't know, who knows, but we likely wouldn't do a residency permit first and then the commercial second, because we would do the build out likely for the tenant, and so they would probably.
So, but on the build out, when you're doing the residential side, are you looking that, would they be close to almost all done all at once? Or are you actually like, no, we got the second floor done, it's going to take another 6 more months to do like the third floor?
We probably wouldn't do that. We'd do it all at once just because of noise, construction noise, during the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the safest way to rate it is just, if you want a parking review, it's parking review after 1 year from issuance of the last occupancy permit or at the board's preference.
Okay.
Because that way it
And we
gives
can
us
just
the
say, please
ability
come
to
back
say-
in a year and just like,
Yeah, if it takes them, if they ask for 3 extensions, it takes them 5 years to do it, but we know there's problems, the board can just say, hey, that
Yeah.
the condition was we modify it. I don't envision any of those being problematic, but just, we always have to plan for worst case scenario. It's just part of the job.
1 year or at board's discussion or otherwise. Okay. And of course, subject to the historical commission on all the facade and exterior improvements.
Yeah.
Would be part and parcel of the condition. I think we'd want you to at least just submit them back to the board once they're approved for the Historical Commission to submit the actual plan of what as part of the special permit, what it's going to turn out to be. It's because it's like, we could wait for you to go through that process and come back, but we'd rather not hold you up and condition it to just come back with those
Yeah, no problem.
pieces like that, so you can work with them, and when they're done, bring them back to the board.
And this is a thought,
Like that.
but it's just for the way that I know we worry about worst-case scenario. I have full faith in the Historical Commission, though I know nothing about them.
Do you want to just submit it or for approval?
No. What I was going to say was, if we just had a permit condition that, the exterior condition to be, in lieu of action from the Historical Commission, that the exterior of the building to be, repaired, refaced, repainted, to make it look like a modern condition, or not modern condition, in an updated condition, in the chance that Historical Commission either finds out they don't have control over this building, or they choose not to do anything, just so that front gets repaired.
Yeah, I think minimally is remove the paneling and.
Well, so what I'm saying is make our condition, in lieu of a response from the Historical Commission, that the, front paneling and the exterior of the building to be, repaired and updated. Restored, thank you.
As
Restored.
close as possible to the original.
Yeah.
With a lot of leeway.
Yeah.
We know that you're not going to ever get it back to where.
We know the entrances aren't going to be the same locations and that, but the actual material or the look to be historic.
I just don't know how they work, and I don't know the, the strict controls that they have, though I think they have them. I just don't know. I just wouldn't want to make it where they go to the Historical Commission and they say, do the best you can.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden why didn't the planning board make that condition? Because we assumed someone else was going to. So I think that should just be in there just in case.
Okay, we need a little catch-all.
Yeah.
Well, can also, I guess coming back since it's like we're not exactly approving the facade at this time, to come back with the Historical Commission or whatever, to come back before you pull the building. I'm not sure. You can do demo work, but when we say building permit, we kind of meant maybe, what would be the timeline for that? To provide,
I wasn't following. I'm writing.
to provide elevations, like the facade elevations at a drop-dead date.
Well, they won't be able to, from what I've gathered, they won't be able to pull a building permit until they iron things out with the Historical Commission. So if we say after the meeting with the Historical Commission to, within 30 days, provide, updated plans to the planning board, something like that. Because at that point, you'll have to have shown the plans to them for approval, so you'll have them, and then you just have to give them to us, not like redraft them. I think that sounds fine.
That's fair.
Okay. Sound good. Does the board members have any other comments or questions or thoughts?
Can you just ask the public for a comment again? Because there's a lot of people virtual.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So we did have some public comment in the audience here. Is there anybody virtual that would like to comment on this? This is 533.
Although one person's here.
Main Street?
At least two are with BF. One of them was with the other project, so it's a lot of them are probably.
So do you see any hands raised?
No hands raised.
Okay, great, so none. Does the board have enough information this evening?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Second?
There's been a motion with a second to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. And now discussion.
I got nothing. I'm ready to make a motion when everyone else is.
Okay.
We can do what we did last time. If you want, read the conditions I have. I'll read mine, and you tell me if you have anything else.
All right.
To obviously work with the Historical Commission regarding the exterior elevations and beautify the exterior. In tandem to that, the comment I had just said was in lieu of exterior modifications, if exterior modifications or anything aren't required by the Historical Commission, the exterior to be restored and beautified. To maintain a minimum of 22 parking spaces for the residential units at the Putnam Garage. Is that where this is?
Yeah, that one across the street.
Or other,
or other municipally maintained garage, or other maintained garage. No residential tenant parking on Main Street. In tying into that, a parking review after 1 year from issuance of the last occupancy permit or at the board's preference. The trash enclosure fencing to be composite wood, vinyl, or similar. No exterior window AC units. To maintain conformity with interior window treatments. And provide the updated elevation drawings and proposed exterior improvements within 30 days from satisfaction of whatever meeting you have with the Historical Commission.
I'm going to also redo the back fire escape.
Mm-hmm.
No treatments, parking plan. Nope, just satisfying the DPW comments. I think that's pretty much it.
Make a motion to approve the special permit and site plan for, it actually says, in our thing, the applicant's Paul Tossi. Is this under a specific, is it Paul Tossi or what's the name of the company?
Watch Us Grow, LLC.
Watch Us Grow, LLC.
Yeah.
I'll just say Paul Tossi or Watch Us Grow, LLC, so that they're both covered. For one commercial unit and 17 residential units located at 533 Main Street, subject to the conditions just mentioned.
Also keeping the, the minimum that's located there, 2129, first floor commercial. That's important to say.
Maintaining the 2,129 square foot commercial space.
As
Yep, that's
commercial,
fine.
as commercial.
Yep.
I think we do that. That's actually one of the reasons why they're here for that, because they want to do residential on the first floor on Main Street.
I'll amend my motion to include that.
Second?
That. A motion's been made with the second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good luck with everything.
Appreciate it.
We have other business this evening.
We do.
Still meaning we're here. We're working with your other business, everyone, the public's other business.
Hi, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Arthur.
Hold on one second. She's going to have to announce here, and then we'll get.
Oh, sure.
Yes, we have 0 Ashburnham Street, Phillips Brook Estates Subdivision, Arthur Ethball. Discussion on possible revision of plans. Because previously, you presented in front of the board a preliminary subdivision.
Yes.
So now we're looking at a new concept. Great.
Yes, thank you. And just to inform you, I have two colleagues with me who have joined online this evening. My son Arthur, who's working with me on this project, and our architect, Mr. Jeremy Lake. And I believe they are online.
They are both online, and I'll hit the allow to talk button, and you can control it however you'd like. I assume Arthur's Arthur Christian?
Yes, yes.
So they both have the ability to speak, and you do with that as you want.
Excellent, thank you. We are not here this evening, just as the agenda says, we are not seeking approval of a new preliminary plan. Rather, what we want to present to you is a revision that we're proposing, and we'd like to seek your consideration and your comments. To quickly review, and could we go to the, I believe it's the previous map, or yes, this one here.
Okay.
Just about a year ago, last January, received preliminary approval for 24 lots in a subdivision that is what I would call on and off Ashburnham Street in western Fitchburg, in West Fitchburg. In total, we own 74 acres, and Phillips Brook runs through the west there, as we can see. And our plan is to put a road, a new road that will loop in sort of a horseshoe shape along Ashburnham Street, creating the lot frontage for these roads. The lot frontage for these homes. And just as an overview, we're looking to build single-family homes, about 1,800 square feet, somewhere right around there. These homes would have individual driveways, not shared driveways. They'd be individual driveways, enough to accommodate at least 2 cars. We're looking at 2-car garages for each home. Sidewalks in the area, and to really maintain, as we discussed last year, a country setting, kind of a hometown setting atmosphere in the subdivision. If we could go to what we'd like to propose. This is what we'd like to propose for your consideration. The bottom line up front is that we're going from 24 units to 40 units. The layout, if you will, or the overall design is basically the same. It's slightly more road footage, but the footprint, to use that as a term, is basically the same. It's a horseshoe-shaped road on and off Ashburnham Street. It does allow access and deliberately proposes access. I'll go over here so it's not really picking up on the screen there.
Yeah, but I don't think those were. So tell me where you're pointing. The lot 13, the one?
Yes, exactly, right there. Mm-hmm. And that we want to keep the trails. There are existing trails that have existed for some time. This is the old Hartwell farm from many, many decades ago. But that we will maintain accessibility going into the land in the back. Our intention is to keep that land in the back. And we own land along Phillips Brook and then on the opposite side or the western side of Phillips Brook. So the nature of that is not going to change. But as I said, the bottom line with this revision is to go from 24 lots to 40 lots. And in this sense, we're looking for zoning relief. We would like to put our road frontage somewhere between 70 and 80 feet per lot, all right, to reduce the road frontage. The square footage would not be reduced, and that, in fact, it will be larger than the minimum. But we are looking to seek zoning relief for the road frontage requirement.
What is the road frontage requirement? This is our
100.
100 RA.
And I'm doing this off my head, so I apologize if that's wrong, but...
Yeah, so in 80 feet's also...
We just looked it up for the other ones, so I'm pretty sure that's right, but I'm also pretty positive this is RA and not residential. Yeah, this is RA.
This is RA.
Yeah. Well, just say RB is 80 feet, so 80 feet and 10,000 square feet.
That's B.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just...
Oh, you're right.
I'm just tossing out some comparable things of there could be 2 families on an RB for that size, and if you're proposing 12.5 with like 70 or 80 feet, that's something to take a look at. So as you're proposing, take a look at.
And one feature of this, we've added a community green, and this is for a community sense in the neighborhood, sort of a hometown sense in the neighborhood. This will be its own neighborhood, meaning it's not most of it is not along Ashburnham Street, so it will not be most of the homes within sight of the homes that are existing right now on Ashburnham Street. So we like this feature. We've seen this architect do this in other developments, and I really like what it adds. And so just in the middle of the screen there, you can see a light green shade. It is what we're calling the community green, all right? And it'll be an open area that can be used by the homeowners in the area for all sorts of outdoor activities and so forth. if you notice throughout the subdivision layout, there are multiple green areas that go right up to the proposed road and then in back of the home. So the country setting, what we set out to do from the start to maintain the country setting, we are maintaining that in the development.
We have an in-town development that has this similar idea, Brigham Park. We have the interior community space. It's an old 130 or 150-year-old development.
Okay. Is that close to Fitchburg State, actually?
It is. It's where, just off of where Summer Street and Lunenburg Street meet.
Okay, yes.
Right after Winter Street.
Yes, yeah, I'm familiar with it. I drove around there.
Holt Street takes you to Brigham Park. Yep. But, I mean, I had my initial thought when I looked at this plan, and I apologize, before I say that, did you have other things you wanted to get out about this?
No, I'm good at this point.
My initial thought when I saw this plan was I really liked the idea. I had told our board chair when we had a conversation the other day that the board, myself, and I know Paula, I don't want to speak for you, Paula, but I know we've talked about it a million times. We've been getting frustrated with a lot of plain unit developments that don't offer things to the neighborhood or to the neighbors or whatever else. And it is somewhat of a breath of fresh air to have a development that is going to have detached single-family homes. It's going to have typical roadways with sidewalks.
Yes.
And it's going to have an actual usable, we have this community area the community green that you've designed, as well as trails and the Brook. And I think that this site is uniquely posed for a development like this, and I think it will be extremely successful. I had two comments, aside from what I had told you in the past about things that we'll have to talk about as we get through permitting. The two things that come up, the main one that might be problematic is the road spur we have by lots 12, 13, and 14, where I pointed before.
Yes.
This might be an issue with just dead-ending a road and not having like a cul-de-sac turnaround, partially for fire, partially for deliveries. You don't want people pulling and then backing up onto a street. So that's something that we might have to iron out.
Sure.
Whether that's just a driveway servicing one house, or if you wanted to access the trails, that it should be what we do for a lot of projects where you treat it like the end of a road where you have a cul-de-sac turnaround, which does generally require a significant amount of pavement.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about a 50-ish, 50 to 70-foot bulb where you need adequate turnaround size.
Yeah.
But some things that we'd have to kind of iron out.
Yeah, or even if it's almost like, someone's going to drive down there and park. Somebody's going to drive down from one of the other units to go all the way down the park to use the trail because they're not going to walk all the way down.
Right.
They're going to go park on that spot, in their area. So you want to be able to turn, and then also check, with fire department, of course, because it's like whether or not it needs to be a hammerhead or.
Should I, on my own, go to see the fire department and make an appointment? Okay, all right, will do.
So I was going to suggest.
But he's just proposing concept right now.
Yeah, I was going to suggest to that point about fire and police and everything else that because this is a large enough project, and I think you might have already done this, but because it's a different enough project that you meet with Economic Development Task Force, which has all the department heads. The meeting is unfortunately the days of our planning board meeting, so we have one at 2 o'clock today. Okay. So the next one will be at 2 o'clock before our next planning board meeting. But that's just because the scheduling of those meetings have since recently changed.
Okay.
You can reach out to Chantel and or Liz Murphy about that. And that way you can kind of talk to all the department heads at once.
Yes.
And get that knocked out. But yeah, we're definitely going to need review from all the departments.
And the roadway widths are going to be standard roadway width?
I'm sorry?
How wide are the roads?
The roads, 24, standard?
Yes, it's going to be standard road width.
Okay.
We hadn't deviated from that.
Okay. And I want to just check with the board. I mean, I got some specific comments, but I wanted to just check with the board of, this is a preliminary proposal to change something from freeing it from subdivision to a PUD of this type of configuration, whether or not, what are your thoughts on it?
I like it. I like the community green space.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I didn't realize there were trails back there.
There are, yeah. Some of them have, if you know, a little bit of a history nerd kind of thing, but if you go back on some of the older maps, some of the trails have been there for a long time. I think they go back to when it was the Hartwell Farm.
Yeah.
I can't say that with certainty, but just looking at some of the older maps, we have an older survey map, and the trails are on that map as well. So they've been there for a little bit.
How long has your family owned this property?
Since 1972.
Okay.
I mean, one of the things to consider, he said a two-car garage,
Two-car garage,
and there
yes.
will still be space in the driveway?
Yes.
Two more, like, drive up.
Right, yeah. I mean,
Typical.
typical these days are probably 3 cars, 2 to 3
Right.
cars per house. So.
I say this because of also visitor parking when we're looking at these types of also developments too, because we want enough space for that too. So in this case, you're providing at least like 4 spaces per unit, and that the roadway widths are going to be standard, so it looks like you can maybe at least park on one side for visitor parking, so, people are going to have events and parties and things
Yes,
like that.
yes.
So Halloween happens, you're going to be a hot spot.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Right.
For that.
That is one aspect of the community green area, that it actually, one of the side effects of it, that it does actually create more parking space, on-street parking for visitors.
It's a good point.
And if the roads are 24 feet wide and you have 24 parallel to each other, you'll have some substantial space for on-street parking.
Right. Well, I do want to compare. We had like Bridal Cross, and they did it like more of a low impact development, and the streets were narrower, and it's just, we would not go in that direction again.
Yeah.
I get so many
No one
complaints
likes
from the
that.
people that live there about, how did you guys do, because some of those streets are 20 feet wide. Like, how did you do 20 feet? They're like, well,
Yeah.
you live and learn, right?
Right.
So,
Other pieces would be, I guess more specifically, like Lot 1 in particularly, because it would just front and be exiting and off of Ashburnham Street, if that's, would just be a general A&R, would it really be part of this, because they're not even part of the interior
Yes.
development? You could look at it that way, that's just like a separate one.
Yes, thank you. That absolutely right. We're including it because, well, it's all part of our planning, if you will, on this. But yes, absolutely right.
Yeah, I would think about that, because this would be like a HOA type of a thing, but
Yes.
it's like they're not using
And
the
they would
street
be-
and all this and paying all the fees and all that upkeep when
I
they're
see
not
you.
actually really using that part of the
they
development.
would be the left out.
Yeah, they'd be the left out one.
child. It's
I
like
see you.
out in the
Yeah,
middle of
they're not, to get.
It's the only one that doesn't have any frontage in the development or anything, really.
Right. I see your point with
saying.
that. Thank you.
We would, and I know some of these comments, I have to apologize because I don't remember, but I know you and I have talked at length, and you met with us before. So we've probably, when we get to the actual hearing, you'll have all of this stuff. But some building designs and building elevations are going to be very important.
Yes.
If you plan on having, capes, colonials, and ranches, show what some of them are going to look like, what kind of materials are going to be used, what designs you plan on using. It would be, I can tell you, obviously, when you get to that stage, you'll probably have an idea of what you plan on building or what is going to be built there. If the goal is all 2-story, fine. I can tell you that there's occasionally a desperate need for individual single-story new construction buildings. I hesitate every time I say that because we recently approved a project and they have problems selling them. But at the same time, especially for a conventional detached ranch with a 2-car garage or whatever, I'm often told they're in need. So that might be something you want to sprinkle in here and there throughout the project.
Sure.
Something just to think about when you get to that
Yeah,
point.
single level versus the upstairs
Okay.
aspect.
Okay.
Other things would be, you have like this, almost in the prior plan, like a no-build area near 39 and 40, but now there's like really 2 on where 39 and 40 are, so versus where it was 1 before. So just I would just say that area between 38 and 40 will probably have to be re-examined for this.
Is there a brook there?
Yeah.
Is that what that dotted line between 39 and 40 is? 39 and 40 is over here?
Yes, yes, there is a brook there. There's an intermittent brook, and so we'll take all the precautions.
Well, one of my suggestions to that point is, because we've been dealing with this consistently lately, is when you get your plans drawn, go to the Conservation Commission first, because you will have work with Concom for this. It's almost guaranteed. Get those ironed out first, because they're going to give you buffer zones and they're going to tell you what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
That will guide you as to what you can present to us, so that we can work off of that, because they have strict requirements of what you can and can't do. You need to get that with them, and then once you get that out of the way, which sometimes can take multiple meetings,
sure,
then you can come to us with, like we had the one tonight where they've been going six-ish months with Concom about some issues that site had, and now they're back in front of us, and we know what we can deal with now.
Sure, yeah. Very good, will do, will do.
I think we mentioned built Lot 2 fronting Ashburnham Street. You could probably have the structure front Ashburnham Street, but the driveway come off of your driveway.
Yes, and Lot 2 would be a front-facing home. In other words, the home would face Ashburnham Street, and exactly right. We do wish to put the driveway on the new road, though, the driveway to the house.
That's what we're saying.
Yes.
Put it off the.
Oh, yeah, we don't really want a driveway on Ashburnham Street.
Okay.
Yeah, just put the front facing, and then you access it off of your road.
Yes.
I would say, so two things. That driveway has to be more than 50 feet from that intersection.
Yes.
And that driveway should probably be as far down that lot as you can get.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you want it as far away from someone turning in.
Right.
There should be plenty of visibility there, and it's a new development, so it won't be a problem. But you want it, from a planning perspective, you want it as far away from Ashburnham Street as possible.
Yes, yes, for sure. There is good visibility right there along Ashburnham Street, but we will ensure that.
Yep.
And other things to think about. It looks like these are, if it's a PUD, these are not exactly lots, but exclusive use kind of areas, so to speak. These are.
I'm not sure I follow.
Well, you're proposing this as a planned unit development, not exactly.
So. I'm
It's
sorry.
like an HOA, you'd have a
homeowners
association
probably,
for that.
But they can still sell the lots.
Yeah, you're designating a side of a lot.
Yes.
Right.
You're still going to transfer the fee in the lot, meaning you're going to sell the fee simple ownership in the lot. So it's not going to be a condo. It's just going to have an association to handle the common areas.
Yes, sorry. The homeowner will own the home and the ground underneath it and so forth. I mean, they will own that land. As far as the community green, we haven't worked through that. That's specifically where we're looking for a homeowners association. Everybody in the development would be a partial owner of that, but just that, and we'll ensure that.
You'll also have all the excess common land in the rear that are going to collect taxes, and the association is going to have to pay for that as a whole.
Exactly right. Exactly right. But the homes and the homeowners, they will own that. They own that. That's what we're proposing.
Okay. So other aspects of that is they'd also be responsible for the private roadway that would be there. You'd also need to work out with the water department, water and sewer, regarding whether or not they consider this, they're putting the whole thing on a master meter. Whether or not they're putting the whole project on a master meter, or whether or not they're going to allow you to submit each one and how the billing's going to go. And then you're going to have some type of agreement between who's to maintain or access or easements to maintain the lines, water and sewer lines.
We're not looking for a master meter. I realize I need to speak to the water department, but
right.
we're
So you
not
need to talk to them about aspects like that. Other things to think about, too, is, I was thinking it more of, because I got mostly condominiums in my mind, but always consider the things about solar and energy, and whether or not people are allowed to put it on their roofs, whether they can put it in their yards, or if you don't, not in their yard, is there another area where they do put it or allowed to put it, or is not to interrupt their neighbor, because now he's putting up his panels. If we're looking at some of these lot sizes, how intrusive can they be, or so think about things like that
The good news is if these are sold, like I said, in fee, if they're not condominium units and not condominium associations, then unless there's a restrictive covenant, which would be unusual to not allow solar on a roof, then all these houses by code now are required to be built with roofs that can handle the load for solar. So as long as there's nothing that would prevent it in the association, rules and regulations, because there'll be some covenants like you can't park a boat in the street, and that's common for all new developments,
right?
Where you have subdivision rules and regulations.
Yeah, those are things you think about.
As long as it's not prohibited, that people can put them on their roofs or stand alone on their sites if they meet.
Well, that's more so about maybe having some kind of guidance about when you can and can't do something, maybe like on the ground on your site if you have a yard or, somebody's going to.
Yeah, I don't think because of the ownership you have to treat this any differently than if this was a definitive subdivision plan where we don't worry about solar because they own the land, and if they can legally do it with our zoning ordinance and building code, then they can legally do it. It's going to be the same way with this. Yeah. If they can legally do it with our building code and zoning ordinance, then they'll be able to do it.
Sometimes these kind of developments, if it's going to have a homeowners association, they can even restrict the size of outbuildings. Like if they wanted to put up a storage shed or something like that, just to keep the general good looks of the whole development.
Sure.
Certain requirements are kept there.
Right.
Sure. And sometimes those things, like you say, are called for.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, when I first saw the plans come in front of me and I took a look at them, my first reaction was 24 to wow, that's a little excessive. But then the more I got into it, the more I really liked the whole concept of this development. Especially the neighborhood that it's going to create in the community green. And I don't think there's enough of spaces you can live that are kind of like this. Mm. And I kind of compare that to people that are living out in the country, and their kids come home from school and they need someone to watch them for 15 minutes, and there's no homes nearby.
Right.
This is going to solve a lot of problems like that. And I can see people really, really wanting to live here in this little community. It almost deserves its own general store.
I appreciate your comments. Yeah, that's the really part of the design, integral to the design that we're looking for.
The other thing that I immediately feel about this development, and you can live in a lot of different places in town, but this place just kind of reeks. It's safe.
Yeah.
It's off the beaten path.
Yeah.
Kids can play outside.
Right.
They're not going to be in the highway.
Right.
It's a great opportunity. I think the homes there would really sell well.
Thank you.
And the amenities you're including are going to really encourage that.
Thank you.
So from the board's perspective, we need to decide, obviously, because it's a reduction in the frontage. We're giving concessions, but in this particular instance, as I said at the beginning of this meeting, I think we don't have a lot of new developments that are detached single-family homes, which is excellent to begin with. And then on top of that, to what Peter was saying, the amenities for this, we don't see that often. No. So if there's going to be a development that's going to have, high quality amenities, a good location, good accessibility, good street width, sidewalks, I think that this is a prime example of a situation where you want as much sensible development as you can have, and I have absolutely no issue with the number of units there, especially given like Arthur was saying, the real selling point I think for the neighborhood here is these lots size-wise are conforming to the district, which is huge. I mean, when someone thinks about does a house make sense in a neighborhood, they're talking about the size of the lot. They're not talking about frontage. No one ever says, how much frontage does your lot have? It's how big is your lot. So I think that this makes all the sense in the world. So I'll defer to
I got to think about, so this is still like the single one parcel in the end, right?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I'm just thinking of the ADU aspect of it.
I know.
So
I know
we
where
gotta
you're
think
going.
about where the whole new, so it's like, well, one ADU for the entire lot aspect, I think, versus if it was
But it's
subdivision, absolute subdivision, then it's one per, what could be allowed one per each dwelling unit, per se. So I guess if you were looking to plan on anything other than just the single family and having like an in-law, to just to clarify some of those aspects.
Okay.
Because that would look at, you know.
I don't know if Arthur knows what we're talking about either. Have you been following along with the EDU regulations that the state imposed?
Oh.
No,
Okay.
I'm just, from what I've
Accessories-
read, it's if you mentioned in-law apartment.
Yeah,
if I-
so pretty much they call that accessory dwelling unit, but accessory
Okay.
dwelling unit is allowed in a zoning district that allows a single family, either
Okay.
by right or by special permit.
Okay,
So this zone does allow it, but it's still one lot on the lot. They could allow more, but to allow more, you have to do it by special permit, for
Sure.
which this would be.
sure.
But when they consider that ahead of time in that aspect.
But I think to your point, this is not quote-unquote a conventional single-family
No.
development, but the lots are conventional single-family
Right.
lots. So as soon as the development is created, I'm pretty sure they would fall under the state provision of one ADU per one principal dwelling lot, which is what this turns into. It
They're
turns
not,
into
it's not an official lot, though. They claim it's a lot. It's only 147.
But you're creating,
74.
we're literally creating through the approval process 40 separate lots that are going to be held in separate title ownership. So it's fine. You and I can talk about this separately.
I just wanted to bring up the aspect of, if you're thinking about any of them being in-laws, to think about that. Usually would have additional, that would be one of the parking spaces per se, but to think about and design would account for that.
Very good.
Because then
Very
it would
good.
be modifying a house somebody could put on and something detached, so that there's also something else you would put into your HOA of whether or not you have a detached structure, or no, you can only do it in the house, on the footprint, that type of thing.
Sure, yes, will do.
So think like that, because there's other things that could just pop up and happen, so this is one of them. So we just want to make you be aware of that, to just account for it
Okay.
and consider it.
And could my next steps that I should do, I'm going to, as we discussed, meet with the Economic Development Task Force, that the department heads attend that, or should I individually make appointments with the department heads to?
You can do both.
Okay.
Yep, if
All
it's
right.
whatever you're in your timeline, but you can certainly take your concept and go to the fire department.
Talk to Chantel first.
Will do.
Her and Liz can decide if you qualify for DTF, if they want to hear it at DTF, I think she will. I think it makes sense. I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
I just don't want to speak for her because Liz sets the schedule. If you do that, you will have the department heads there. You can ask questions. They will ask you questions. Like Paul had said, you can go to them individually if you so choose. It might be easier to do it all at once.
Sure.
The biggest thing is going to be when you are ready to do that, you can provide this and get general understandings, but until we have an actual plan with lot dimensions and, wetland buffers and, utility connections and all the stuff that we need for an actual permit approval, it's hard. It's going to be hard for some people, especially like our engineering department, to give you specific comments until they see exactly what this project looks like.
Sure.
I will say the conceptual drawing is fantastic. It's actually one of my favorites.
Thanks.
But that being said, when we get to the actual nuts and bolts permitting stage, we need a design set of plans.
Very good.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming, I don't know how close your engineers are to that, but those things can take 6 months. I don't know how long they're going to take.
Right.
Then, as I said, you'll most likely have to go in front of Concom. I'm assuming if you have to do that, I would suggest sooner rather than later, but you need the plans first.
Yes.
So I think the plans come first, then everything else comes after that.
Yes.
So then you also, right, so that part of that, when you're talking about our Economic Development Task Force, like DPW, like how's the septic gonna, sewer gonna work? Do you need, pump ups and things like that? Or what's
Sure.
the best way to account for that? Do you have to make another spot for a lift station or anything? Or
Yes.
how's the water pressure over there? What do you have to account for that?
Did you?
Do you have to make any?
Did you not go to EDTF before? I don't remember. Just sit at a table with about.
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. I didn't remember.
A year ago at this point, or actually
Okay.
about 15 months ago at this
The
point.
plan changed enough where it might make sense to, update everyone on the idea and go from there. If Liz says no, then, which is, I don't know, or we don't have a meeting next month and you want to do it anyway, I suggest you find a time to meet with police, fire, and DPW.
You are always free to talk with any department.
Yeah.
There's no, rule about that.
Very good.
So we encourage people to reach out to our departments for any questions that they have.
Okay, very good.
Fantastic. Do you have any questions for us besides?
I don't think I have any questions, no. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, stick with it. I like the idea. I'm excited about it.
Oh, thank you.
I like
Thank
that
you.
they're single family and people can actually own something in property, in that aspect versus just apartments all the time. And
Right. Yeah, I think
everybody's renting, and it's like they need to be able to build their equity too.
I agree. It makes a world of difference.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you again.
Thanks, Arthur.
Thank you.
At that, so we've got that. We have Mad River Solar, update on landscaping and fencing. Is there anybody online?
Yes. Lauren is here, and she is unmuted. And Matthew, you are both unmuted, so you'll have to decide virtually who's going to talk.
Thank you. Matt, why don't I start first, and then I'll hand it over to you. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Love it. Okay, great. Hi, guys. Thank you for having us, members of the board. This is Lauren Raheja. I'm the project manager for the Mad River Solar Project. Back in December, I presented a planning board modification for a SCADA control cabinet change, among some other things. But we did also discuss the landscaping plans and the need for a revision to the schematic drawing that was actually part of the previous site plan approval and order of conditions. So basically, a week prior to that December 17th meeting, we had a site visit with the Conservation Commission, who went out to the site and decided, and proposed what they thought would be a good, a good alternative to the schematic that, wasn't really constructible. So we were putting forward two different plans today. One does involve going into the wetlands. I believe that is option B. And the other option A does not. So Matt, I'll hand it over to you if you want to kind of go into both of those drawings.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Lauren. Good evening. For the record, Malcolm Basie with Bowler Engineering. Hope everyone's doing well. Lauren had reached out to us relative to pulling together these two options. This specific location, I'm sure the board is aware, is the spot where the array is closest to the abutters. I would say at the southeast corner down here, where some of the previous tree clearing had occurred. The concept of this layout is I can kind of run through some of the trees that are proposed along the fence line or closest to the array. There's a dense row of green giant arborvitaes. I suspect you guys have seen those on other projects. They're chosen for a number of reasons. One, they provide kind of a good solid screen once they grow in and show a good visual barrier. They go quickly, up to a couple feet per year often. And also they're drought tolerant, they're deer resistant. Deers tend to really like arborvitae trees. This is the one species we get from a lot of our clients that really survive. So nothing fancy, but just a very thick row of those arborvitaes spaced 6 feet apart. Offset from that, we have a kind of a mix of different evergreens and deciduous shrubs, chosen for a number of different reasons, but all typically chosen because they're native species, drought tolerant. This is in a commercial center. There's no irrigation out here, so don't want to pick a species that's going to be, not drought tolerant or need a lot of watering. Again, some different species, Colorado blue spruce, which are some bigger trees. They grow a little slower to kind of supplement the faster growing arborvitae trees. Different flowering shrubs and trees. Not to go through every species, but
thank you.
Yeah, bayberry. You're welcome. But different deciduous shrubs. I'll just leave it at that. The two options we gave are this one that we're looking at here with the arborvitaes and the different deciduous shrubs. A second option where we continue the plantings through the 75-foot wetland buffer and into the wetland area down to this lower corner here. Between the two options, we kind of floated the first option, quite frankly, to Lauren. I think this is the option she first suggested to us, and if we were looking to hopefully avoid, impacting into the wetland buffer zone, I know there's been a lot of restoration work over there, perhaps planting closer to the array where it's a little higher in topography, but we did provide both options.
Did Concom have any input on this?
Not yet, because it just so happened that the planning board meeting was occurring first, so we are slated to give an update on March 5th. Okay.
So my suggestion to this board is, and quite honestly, unless the board feels strongly, I don't particularly feel strongly one way or the other. I mean, option B, although it goes into the wetland area a little bit, if Concom wants that or is fine with that, it might provide more of a buffer to the east and south, but at the same time, that's also furthest away from the properties. So
I guess it depends whether or not what the function is and if it helps, with this stormwater and other aspects, or for what people have to see from their yard. I'm not sure, the extent of the vegetation that was removed.
It's a hard position, because if we say, like I said, I don't feel strongly personally, but if we say option B is better because there's more trees, and then Concom says, well, we don't want more plantings in the wetland, because I know they felt strongly about something like that before, though I don't want to speak for them because I don't remember what it was. If they say, well, we don't want them there, then you come back and we do another option. Maybe it makes sense for the board, if the board prefers option B, to say that, the board preferences option B if that's in keeping with Concom's decision. But again, I don't feel strongly.
I also would like to defer to the abutters, so.
Yeah, well.
They're.
We would have to specifically call them in if that's the case.
Well, they should, did you outreach to the abutters in developing this proposal?
Not specifically. They are aware of the previous schematic drawing from 2022, which did have, a similar level of plantings in that area. They are aware that the plantings are to occur.
Yeah. I was like, because are the depths of plantings appropriate? Because it seems pretty far from their property line, and it was like, cleared a lot. So, should it be deep? Should it be deeper? I don't know. The question.
Yeah, and I can answer that. We do have, I saw Mr. Fontaine was pulling up near map not too long ago on a different hearing. We used kind of the same thing as actually the areas have gotten so much better in quality and what we can do and look at. So I can say more or less the limit of plantings as shown here lines up with some of the historic aerials that we can look at that show the previous limit of clearing.
Because I was going to say, in most cases, we would have there would have been a buffer between the neighbor's property lines and the development, not so much the other way around. It's like the landscape buffer is closer to them and not closer to your, but depending what the elevation is, you know, and what they're seeing, it's like they're not going to see like, you know, a probably raised area and see that. But if what the preference is, if it should be a buffer that's closer to their line, so they don't see it versus.
I don't know if it's helpful, Paula, but I do have, because you mentioned near map, I did pull up the near map. So you can go back to 2021
Yeah. Okay.
Pre-devastation of the site. So this is obviously Stickney Road's to our right.
Oh.
The site is this area up here, and these are the abutters kind of that we're talking about. The area kind of goes like this. So if you go from 21 to when the clearing happened in 22, March of 22, so the clearing was, I think, either the fall before that. I think it was the fall before that, if I remember correctly. But you can see that there's a tree buffer here that still exists today. Well, exists in a slightly different fashion. Actually, this is the best photo, I think, that shows, that shows this tree line that still exists onto the property.
Okay.
So if we're going off of that, let me pull up the plan for a second. So if you assume that tree line was whatever it ends up being, I don't know if you guys know the depth of the existing tree line, 25 feet?
Yeah. But then there looks like there's still like a corridor in between of barren.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is if that depth of tree line is, 25 or 50 feet, I don't know what distance that is. I suppose I can measure.
Yeah, should this be a little bit, come forward a little bit? Or,
yeah. That's about 40-ish feet. So if you, I don't know how far is this open buffer here between the two, between the trees, the proposed trees in the back of these property lines?
Yeah, sure.
You understand what we're getting at, right? Are you creating, let's say you have 30 or 40 feet of trees that are there today that go behind all those properties. Are you then going to have a gap of 30 or 40 feet before you get to the new trees you're planting?
Yeah, sure. So the distance from the property line to the trees, along the closest ones is about 80 feet. And I understand what you're getting at. Yeah, we have the tree survey, and we have the aerial kind of underlaid under our CAD. I calculate about 60 feet from the property line to the canopy, but it really depends if you measure to like the tree trunk or the canopy of the tree. So I guess you're suggesting just spreading them out a little bit so they fill the area better.
No, I'm suggesting doubling that line till you get to the property line so that you have the actual tree buffer, which was supposed to exist before the prior owner tore all those goddamn trees down.
Yep.
So Paula's point is a very viable, logical point of it seems like you're arbitrarily starting them there where they should be started at the edge of where the existing trees are.
I did want to raise that just a lot is actually filled in the past year or so. Just walking the site with Concom and whatnot, I wasn't, I think all of that corridor has kind of grown in with this low shrub with a couple trees speckled here and there. Matt, I'm not sure if you've seen the site as recently in that area, but is that what your kind of experience was too?
Yeah, I know I've been out there to do some soil testing for the stormwater kind of in the summer, and it is growing in out there. I mean, it takes a few years for what we call the successional growth, but yeah, there's definitely some low shrubs growing in, and we expect that would grow in more, but we did also want to provide these supplemental plantings.
This photo is April 2024, and although there might be shrubs there, the actual, what looks like trees is still that same 30, 40-ish feet from the back of those property lines. It just seems like where you chose to start the tree line is arbitrary, where I think the expectation was always that Mad River was going to, rebuild the the damage that was done by the prior owner by planting trees between the existing tree line and the new array.
I guess so, in summary, there should be more.
Yeah, I mean, right. And I think the goal, I did want to just kind of speak on the goal of this. It is for screening purposes. That is my understanding of the intent, because we did, really engineer out the detention basins and whatnot to really encompass the stormwater mitigation. I think I might defer to my colleague here on if the additional trees will provide additional screening, because we also have the fence there with the slats. We have the row of arborvitae. So I guess, for the purpose, would additional trees, provide additional screening, I guess, for the purpose.
I don't think it's screening. It's reinstituting the buffer that should have existed, that we would not have allowed you to cut down, except someone went in there and illegally tore those down before you got approval.
It's supposed to be
It's rectifying a situation that you guys screwed up with. Not you guys, the prior owner.
100-foot buffer, and it's like land clearing. It's like unreasonable land clearing as determined by the planning board is prohibited. And it's only clearing natural vegetation limited to what is necessary for the construction, operation, and maintenance of the facility, which this is not.
I was always under the impression that the trees were going to be restored, particularly behind those properties. And I am almost certain, and I apologize because we've dealt with too many people with this site having terrible promises that they didn't follow through with. And you guys, from what I've been told, have been very good. But this is kind of the end of promises that were told were going to be kept by prior owners, or don't worry, we'll fix the trees that were cut down because they were done without our permission. It just seems it's the right thing to do. That's all it is. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, no, not just, I'm not, we're absolutely okay adding more trees. It's just, from what Concom's perspective was that it was really for, the purpose was visual impact. So that's kind of what I was going off of. But I mean, definitely heard.
Talking in the buffer. I'm fine with whatever they choose they want to do in the buffer. I think the expectation, me personally, the expectation was always that, when the plantings were done, that the buffer that we would not have allowed you to cut into had someone asked permission before clearing that land, that was going to be planted with trees that at some point in the future will look like what they should have looked like if someone didn't just go in there and clear cut it with no apology and just, it caused, I know you guys have been dealing with it, an ungodly amount of issues with runoff and everything else. So I just thought it was a foregone conclusion that the buffer was going to be reinstated to include the trees that were torn down.
Mm-hmm. Matt, is there any, I defer to my colleague here. I mean, is it possible to add more trees to this?
No, Paul's point is a good one. As Lauren noted, we had kind of been working under the assumption that was, kind of regrowing successionally, and we would focus on screening. But what we can certainly do is underlay that same area we were just looking at directly under this plan, so that we can show that all the areas that were kind of previously looked at have been addressed. If that's for the board.
I mean, it's really important to stabilize that slope again.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that's the other aspect of that. It's a slope. It needs to be stabilized, backward vegetation.
I think that my goal, the planning board's goal, I'll defer to Concom for some of that, but my goal and my expectation was always that, the abutters obviously were shortchanged when this lot was clear cut. And again, I fully realize it wasn't you, and I'm not blaming you for that work that was done, but I think if we were to approve this, if it were a project and those trees existed, we would not have allowed touching within 100 feet of the back of those property lines, meaning you couldn't have cut down any of those trees. So because they were cut down, I don't know. I was just under the impression when we got this plan, it would fill in those gaps so that over time you'd have trees there. The good news is, if you break this into thirds, it looks like a third of it already exists from the aerial, from what actually wasn't cut down. And if that's true, you might just have to and Matt, I think you said this, but you might just have to, you take this strip and just layer this strip once more south of that, and that might be it. And, I mean, even if it's just trees, just, to reinstitute that buffer, meaning I can't look at your schedule here, but if it's just some deciduous and evergreens in that middle stretch, I don't particularly care what the makeup is. I think the goal should be for the planning board that in 10 to 20 years we have a buffer zone that looks like it should have been there and has stayed there. So
yeah, nice integrated, canopy.
As far as
any other members have any thoughts on the matter?
I agree. Like just kind of doubling it.
It needs to be deeper.
Yeah.
You need to bring the wooded back. Peter, thoughts on?
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Alex?
I'm okay with it.
I would defer to Concom as far as the stuff on the right on this plan too. I don't know what it looks like over there, and if that's in, their jurisdiction, I don't want to say, yeah, go ahead with it. If they want it there, I'm fine with it, and we can.
If it helps revegetate.
Yeah.
What was taken out of the wetland buffer to add vegetation back of appropriate vegetation, that's probably great instead of it just being looking like a detention area.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't want to say, put it there, and then Concom say no, and, again, I think that, if we want,
So, I guess in summary, don't really like A or B at this point, like, there needs to be more added to the plan for that, but also get the input for Concom.
Okay, and just to solidify.
With it, but needs to be more.
So to solidify the next steps, it sounds like we go back, amend the plan, get Concom's buy-in, and then we come back to you guys. Would it be would we be able to come back would it be an update? Would it be a planning board modification? What does the next step look like?
A condition? Was this a planning board condition?
It was a condition.
So it's just satisfaction of conditions, so it's not a vote or anything, it's just the board.
Well, we would vote on the condition of we want to approve the plan of the.
We could make it official by taking a vote saying we agree that the condition's satisfied.
Right.
Let me just say this so that you guys have direction. And if anyone in the board disagrees with this statement, tell me. If they take, can you see my cursor on the screen?
Yes.
If you take this stretch from here to here, outside of the wetland area, whatever that is, and double the width, presumably that meets up with what's existing there now. You guys have those overlays. You can figure that out. If you interfill this area here that has just low-lying growth with some trees to recreate the buffer that we require when we permit new solar projects, for me personally, that's all I require at a minimum. Mm-hmm. If Concom says they want all this because that's within their limit of purview, great. I have no problem with it. But I just want to give them some direction so they know when they come back to us, they're good to go. We're all set. Does that make sense to their planning?
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So do you guys understand that, Lauren and Matt?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to just clarify is that the installation, again, because of that growth that's occurred, in order to install those trees that we will be, adding in, it would require us to, brush hog or, in order to get room to install them in that area. So, I just wanted to make sure that is okay.
You're going in that area anyway, you're making it deeper, so I'm not understanding, like, what do you mean you have to, like, clear it in order to revegetate it?
To a certain extent, yes. Matt, correct me if I'm wrong here, but, and I don't know if Dan is on as well, but yeah, I mean, because again, there is low-level shrubing and whatnot in that area, so we would need to kind of traverse through it to install it.
Do what you need to do.
Dan, I just unmuted
I really don't want to probably unvegetate what's even naturally starting to grow.
Right.
But you need to add more to it. So yeah, you're gonna have to use some tools in the toolbox.
I mean, we're also not talking about installing 20-foot trees either. I mean, I assume, what's the max height of these trees?
Well, the inch caliper, the caliper that you
inch caliper trees, so 6-foot trees.
Yeah, at planting.
Yeah, so you don't need heavy equipment for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I wasn't at the site level of conservation, Lauren, but I guess what you're suggesting is when reviewing the site, and I know I've been out there and seen it, it's growing in, and it would be a shame to remove what's grown in probably to a height of 6 feet to plant more stuff that's 6 feet. But I also
is the stuff that's growing in actual, are they trees that are going to be of significant height, or is it brush?
I don't want to speak concerning it certainly at this point it looks like brush. There could be trees in there too that are sprouting up, but I don't have like an inventory of them, to be honest.
Try to work with what you with the contours and what's there.
How is working in that area any different than planting the ones that you have shown on this plan in front of us right now?
Dan is on. Dan Rutledge, our construction EPC PM, is on, and I think he's trying to talk.
He's been unmuted this time. Yep. He's unmuted now.
Okay.
Dan, you just have to hit, your microphone might not be working, Dan. It's because you are unmuted and we're not getting anything.
No.
I don't think his microphone's working, Lauren.
Okay, understood. Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
So my question was, you were concerned about cutting undergrowth in that middle section to put in new trees. How is that any different than in this area? What do you have to do here to put in these trees?
Yeah, right there, it's a lot less, again, you're in that area, you're directly adjacent to the detention basin, pretty much in the area that, right outside, like kind of the limit of clearing for this project. I know, I know everything was kind of clear cut, but basically, the goal was when we were walking the site with Concom was to essentially install the trees along the perimeter of what has been grown, that shrub area I'm mentioning, which is that corridor. So essentially really kind of going on the outskirts to not kind of disrupt what what has been growing. Which is kind of, like I said, it's a lot of like kind of shrub, a lot of, some trees here and there. I'm happy to, I think it'd be helpful for me to maybe send some photos to you guys so you can see how much that area is kind of grown in. But again, I understood if we want to add more, we can do that. We just don't want to, clear things that have been growing. That's all.
I suppose if you're telling me that you would be clearing stuff that will turn into trees, then I could agree with that. If you're clearing brush that's going to be 6 feet high, then how is that any good?
Mm-hmm.
But that, I'm also not an arborist, so. or a landscape architect.
Yeah, so it's not just visual, like, you're putting arborvitaes and things back there for like sight, but it's almost like you need, some significant other types of like actual like trees and natural shrubs and things for the woods, wooded area.
Really, all I care about is a mix of trees in those areas, because we want to create that wooded buffer that should still exist today had it not been for someone doing something wrong.
Part of the.
Can you guys hear me now? Sorry about the confusion there.
We can, Dan.
Okay, so just want to correct the point that we would need heavy equipment to get in there and plant those trees. We're not, not large equipment, but we're talking, mini excavators, bobcats, things like that.
You can do it with one.
We would probably use a bobcat and a mini excavator. Mini excavator to dig the holes, because a 6 foot, you need to get below the root ball of the tree. You need to bury the whole root ball. So we're not going to be hand digging that. And someone asked the question of why we can plant them closer to where the array is without disturbing anything. And the answer is we would be accessing it from the northeast, where we've already disturbed. So if we have to go further down to the southwest, we would have to continue that disturbance down to the southwest. And we'd either access it from the northwest and come along parallel to that property line of all those abutters, or we would come down from the northeast and just kind of continue, come in and then plant the trees as we go out back towards the array.
Yep, we'd be looking at it going backwards.
Yeah. So I think those are the questions you wanted me to address, Lauren. And again, I apologize for not having something being screwed up with the microphone.
We just want to see it vegetated appropriately. We don't want any more runoff situations to the neighbors. It's like we want the natural tree canopy to grow back. It's not just like looking against an expanse of, a barren area and then seeing, arborvitaes pop up along your detention basin. It's like they should just have a natural wooded buffer. They shouldn't even see that. To grow up in front of it.
In the absence,
sorry, Matt.
I was just going to know, it was me. It's Paul. In the absence of either Concom taking issue with, there's already going to be the equipment there. We're talking about literally going an extra 30 feet. So I can't imagine that it causes anything significant. It should not be heavy machinery, meaning it doesn't need to be tracked machinery. It can be a mini excavator with rubber tracks and backhoe with rubber tires, which if you don't do it in the wet season should not, I couldn't imagine, cause anything significant to be damaged. But if Concom were to decide that would cause too much damage, then so be it. I think something could be said for that's within our purview as well, too, though, because we're talking about reinstituting a buffer that I was always under the impression was promised to us, meaning us, the city of Fitchburg, not us, anyone in particular. I was just under that impression that when we do the final tree plantings, that the area behind those houses was going to be put back the way it was supposed to be put back.
So just please reassess and come back with a more wooded plan and talk with the Concom and talk with the neighbors.
Thank you.
It's like you're on the right track. And we're not trying to, direct anything like negatively towards you. It's just like the plan and the expectation for, this project.
I think, Lauren, you were the one I talked to when you first took over this project. It might have been you, it might have been someone else, but, I think the conversation
your work being done on the project.
You inherited, you know what you inherited. I think you inherited some bad decisions, and we're at the finish line, and I think this was one of the main things we were kind of promised when those trees were taken down, that don't worry, when this is done, we'll put them back.
Right. Yeah. No, understood. Absolutely. I know. And I would love, once I get some feedback from Concom, You know, is there, if I need to touch base with someone on planning, is there anyone preliminary between, you know, month to month that, you know, we can kind of get pulse checks from to see if we're going the right direction?
If you talk to Chantel, Chantel can coordinate with Paula and I.
Yeah.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yep. Any other questions?
Lauren, any questions from you guys?
Nothing from my end. Matt or Dan?
Nope, all good. Thank you.
No, I don't have any questions.
And the one thing I would just add to that is, if I watch Concom, so I see the conversations, but if anything comes up, you know, I think we can reach out to Joyce and talk to them, but.
Okay. Again, we appreciate your continued work on the project. We'll get there.
Okay.
Is the plantings planned to be, you know, after the wet season, so summer?
April, May, I think, Dan? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, the
seems like a risky time to be seems like a risky time to be planting with wet ground.
It is, but you run the risk if you plant in the summer of it being too dry and
right, and them not surviving. Yeah. Right, I hear you.
So the window is really, you know, spring to mid-spring, and then, you know, mid-fall to late fall, September to October. I guess.
I just worry about wet ground and runoff.
Well, we're in a drought right now still.
Yeah.
So
usually September's the best, I think, because it's dry from the summer and then it's starting to get cool and wet.
Okay. Well, anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Underneath other business, we have BF Brown project.
Very patient people.
Yes, he's.
And I know you, Ann and Steve are on here too. Do you want me to unmute them?
Sure.
They have joined you.
Great, thanks. So thanks for hearing us tonight. I'm Mark Doan, and project is going along very well. I think at the time we put this forward, we wanted to make sure that we could get a temporary certificate of occupancy, and we just wanted to touch base with the planning board on a few things. So status-wise, we just received our permanent certificate of occupancy for the BF Brown building, and I think for the stables as well. So they were held up a little bit for a few things, so we have folks ready. Hopefully that will move in, I hope this week, maybe next week.
Okay.
First folks will be moving in, so that's good. And the reason why we're here tonight is we wanted to just clear up make sure we were on the right track so that we'd be able to get our permanent, when the annex comes on board, have our permanent certificate of occupancy and make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing to meet those conditions. So there was some back and forth about what to happen, what were outstanding related to as relates to the planning board, sidewalks, the mats, the maintenance agreement with the wall, and the stamped concrete sidewalk in front of the building. So I think those were some of the issues that we had, and wanted to check in with you guys and then come back, if necessary, come back next month for a full hearing on it.
So on some of I did check into the 40R requirements, and it looks like, and you did this previously, was just a minor modification. So it's not a special permit. It's a 40R project. Yeah. And there's provisions within a 40R that allow for minor modifications such as this. Like that, so that just underneath a regular board meeting, we could approve it. It's my understanding of the procedure, and it was previously done that in that fashion.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it's something that we can do right now.
We could do it right now.
Okay.
Yes, we
Okay, great. Well, if we could do that, that would be wonderful.
So we just wanted to ask you, right, so what the outstanding items are, what needs to be, what you think modified, what your timeline you think for the completion would be, so we don't have to come back again, and, it's something that's reasonable, so you...
Yep. So the first one really relates to the sidewalks. So the language said sidewalks and crosswalks around the periphery of the proposed project, including intersections of High and Academy Street, to be reconstructed to city standards and ADA requirements as part of the proposed project. Newview interpreted that to say if we touched the sidewalk, we had to fix the sidewalk. So we fixed about 28% of the sidewalk. And there's, I think DPW is saying that we need to replace the entire sidewalk, the whole 400, the whole 1,600 square feet of, the whole 1,600 linear feet, I should say, of sidewalk, whereas we have replaced about 450 feet of the sidewalk, all the parts that we touched.
I thought I remembered, I'm reading the permit condition now, I thought I remembered, particularly with the annex building, there was a concern about the sidewalks all the way around the annex building to be redone?
I can ask Steve and if they have, what the difference is between the annex and the...
So, can you guys hear me? This is Steve Cook.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So, we met with our civil engineers, and unfortunately they couldn't join tonight, but we met with them earlier today, and they did an analysis and looked at their notes from the previous planning board meetings, and there were 3 of them. There was one in 2019, one in 2021, and then in 2023 where the board approved the final plans, the final landscape plans, and all of that. And throughout that process, all of the plans that we put forward did not have us replacing the 1,600 linear feet of sidewalks around both BF Brown and the annex. We had proposed what we exactly did, and that was replace a large section of sidewalk along Elm Street, and then a fairly large section of sidewalk along Academy Street at the front, the sort of historic main entrance to the school. So that was always our understanding, and that we had never planned on, replacing all of the sidewalks, and especially the crosswalks, because the crosswalks, especially on Academy and High Street, because of the steep slope of those 2 streets, to install crosswalks, new crosswalks, we had never anticipated that, nor did our plans that got approved, especially in 2023, those plans showed the 450 linear feet of sidewalk that we've replaced, and that was our interpretation.
I think, okay.
May I speak? I talked to Liz today about this. She conditionally approved the CO. She said that the last CO, she said the annex building would be last, and would like time to review our minutes and the video to ensure that what was spoke of is, looked at thoroughly before we do anything about the sidewalks.
Okay, that sounds fair.
Yeah, I'd like
Because
to...
I recall certain other things too, because I do remember, it's like, we want to make sure where you're crossing on the crosswalks are ADA compliant aspects of all those pieces, where you're getting to and from.
Yeah, I want to look at my notes too, because
I don't know about the replacement portion of it, but I know actually at the crosswalks, and making sure that you can actually traverse them.
These areas in particular, which especially when you get up to this side, are not in good shape. And on this side, the sidewalks are not, they're not even concrete, they're asphalt and deteriorating. And if there's traffic between the annex building and the BF building, especially if there's any accessible traffic, if there's anyone in a wheelchair, they are not easily traversable. Speaking who is father of a daughter in a wheelchair who goes to Longstrove School, I can tell you how bad those sidewalks are. I want to see, what I have in my notes and what we discussed, particularly, I have so whatever meetings we did during COVID, I have access to. Tom S., who our prior community development head, and I both had the recordings, so I can pull those up if we can't find them otherwise. I know they're on the city server somewhere, but I have them as well. So, because I'm guessing the first hearing happened, like, not the 19 one, but the 21 hearing, I think, 21, yep. 22, was...
No.
No?
No, that was, so that was in 2021, so that was during COVID, correct?
Yeah, so 21, well, my point was, I don't think we can find them right now unless I track them down. Yeah. So I'll look for that so I can watch it to see what the conversation was. I can tell you, personally, I was under the impression, particularly the loop around the annex was part of the approval, but I could be wrong. And if it was never spelled out and it was never part of public meetings and it's not in the permit and it's not the design set, then so be it. But I do agree with the thought that was probably, at least I thought that was the expectation, but maybe not.
Yes, particularly since it's going to be a residential facility and there'll be pedestrians, so we want to make sure the sidewalk, that you're touching the sidewalk and it's a permit to do it, that it's remedied appropriately. So were there spots that you had to do the handicap detectable mats at crosswalks? Because it says applicant to incorporate cast iron handicap detectable mats at crosswalks in the design. So there was one, yes, we did one of the detectable mats because where we replaced a section of sidewalk, I think it's on Academy Street, we did do one of the detectable mats because that dipped down onto the existing crosswalk. So we definitely did it in one location. There was no crosswalks on Elm Street, so we didn't have to do it there, but definitely on Academy Street we did one detectable mat.
I mean, you guys have been a good business partner, so it's not like we're, it's not a private developer that I would normally say this to, but I'm going to say it anyway, in the nicest way possible. That wording is almost, the wording of permit condition 7 is almost, at least the way I read it, kind of justification that the implication was that you were doing more, because it says incorporate cast iron handicap detectable mats at crosswalks in the design. So the implication of that permit condition is all crosswalks you were supposed to incorporate in the design the handicap detectable mats, which if that was a permit condition, then the next one is logically to infer that all those sidewalks are repaired as well, because you wouldn't just do the handicap detectable mat at crosswalks in the design. It doesn't say do it at one or do it where you want. It says to do them at crosswalks. So where there are crosswalks, do the handicap detectable mats. That's the way I read that permit condition. And again, I'm not trying to stick it to you because you guys have worked with us and I fully agree we'll try and work with you, but I always had the expectation that the sidewalks were part of the project. Mm-hmm. And that could just be me. I don't know if everyone was here then, but no, I would agree.
Could I just speak?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm Ann Reitmeyer and I work with Steve and Mark Dolan, and there are a couple of things that I just wanted to say. I mean, when this first began to come up in the context of getting the temporary CO and then the CO, we did a lot of research and we went back and we looked at all the drawings and we looked at the 3 decisions. And as Steve referenced, we've also talked with our civil engineer. And I have to say that I understand what you're saying, Mr. Fontaine, but I think when I look at the drawings and when I look at the decision, I don't think there was ever a time that we submitted plans that showed anything but what we actually finally did, with the exception of changing the concrete, and I always blank on the term for the the sidewalk that we did in fact install, but.
The stamped concrete, yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Sorry, I don't seem to be able to keep that in my brain. But, that's the only thing that we in fact changed, and it was actually, at the request of the planning board, that we did in fact make that revision, and that the drawings that you saw as part of your approval under what I believe is part of 40R in, right before we closed on the project, we presented to you for approval the permit drawings which were submitted to the building department in December of 2022. Because we closed on, I think it was June 15th, 2023, and we came before you in March, I believe it was, to get approval of the drawings. Those drawings and the drawings in prior hearings did not show what some people are now recollecting. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay. I would say that's why the condition is there, is because they're not incorporated in the drawings and they needed to be. That's why we said that. It's like where it's an expectation that wherever you have a crosswalk, you'd be able to ADA get across it.
And to be clear, the more I read permit condition 8, we made it very clear. It says sidewalks and crosswalks around the periphery of the proposed project, including intersections of High and Academy, to be reconstructed to city standards and ADA requirements as part of the proposed project. So because they weren't on the design set doesn't mean anything. It's a permit condition. The permit condition itself is very well written. I don't think there's ambiguity there. It says sidewalks and crosswalks around the periphery of the project, including intersections of High and Academy Street, to be reconstructed city standards and ADA requirements as part of the proposed project. I don't think there's ambiguity in that permit condition.
And you can ask DPW whether or not certain aspects already meet that, like in front of academies, like it's concrete. It's like there maybe just needs some patchwork to be done in some pieces, not entirely replaced, but in other cases it might be an overcoat that's necessary. Or
so I guess I'll just say the way we interpreted, because it said reconstructed, it meant that if we were messing them up, then we would reconstruct them back to be able to do that. And that was the drawings that we submitted at the time that we were before you, to say this is the part that we're reconstructing, and we're going to reconstruct them to city standards. So that was how our team was interpreting this, not to do all, this is a very long sidewalk that goes all the way back to the, well beyond the property there. So I think that was our interpretation of it, is that anything we were touching, we were reconstructing. We weren't constructing, and because, as Ann indicated, because of the timing, this condition was here, we submitted our drawings afterwards, say, okay, here's how we're meeting this condition. I think that was how we interpreted to say that the drawings that we submitted met the condition.
Mark, can I ask, so a practical question. Let's say for the sake of argument, the board ends up taking a vote to reaffirm a condition or to modify a condition. So we would have two ways of doing it. We could modify the condition to say it's okay, don't worry about it, or we reaffirm the condition saying no, our intention was that the sidewalks be reconstructed. While I would venture a guess that within your current budget of where you are right now, that might be outside the limits of the funds you have left.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can Newview commit to doing that work over the next 5 years or 3 years or 7 years?
we can also work with trying to figure out what we mean by reconstruction, per se, of maybe it is just, it's like, do we just want, it's asphalt there now, can it just be asphalt again? Versus being like with concrete, can you just repair all the damaged areas?
I'm just trying
Overlay.
to find, I'm just trying to find what our constraints are, meaning if they can commit, I'm not even saying we're going to ask them, I'm just saying if they say it might be within the realm of possibility that at some point in the future we can do it, because once we start generating income from this
But
project.
we have to define what reconstruct means.
No.
We want them all torn up and beat.
Before we get there, I'm just saying, I don't know if that's a commitment, if that's something they'd even entertain. Then we have to get to the question of, they're asking us, okay, even if you thought that they need to be done, we need you to tell us that we don't have to do it because we don't have the money to do it. So it's either they tell us they can do it at some point in the future, or they say, absolutely not, it can't be done, so then we need to modify the
Correct, but we need to know what reconstruct means, because they could commit potentially to do a certain level of it, but not full. So
Okay. Yeah,
that's kind of the important part.
Yeah, that's certainly.
To see if we can make a compromise, if there isn't any, but it's like minimally you want to be able to, the crosswalks to be ADA with the mats in those locations.
Right, which is, we require on other projects.
Projects all the
that
time.
there are intersections, so I don't, with, especially with the ADA accessible.
Right. So we're trying to get there.
So do we want to, on the ADA piece, Steve or Ann, I think we have some information on this as well, who would like to
we
speak
do.
on this one.
We do. Yeah. Steve, do you want to explain the discussions, or do you want me to, that we had with our contractor and with our civil engineer about this, the issue of the slope, particularly of Academy Street? It would be very difficult with the current grading to be able to create crosswalks, particularly near the annex, that would be actually usable by people who are in wheelchairs because of the pitch of the road. So we'd be talking about.
Do you have any ADA units in the annex?
No, we don't.
Units in the units, I think all. I can just answer the question. I think they're all in the BF Brown
I don't know
building.
that-
I was just making sure.
I don't know that did we say actually create new crosswalks? We're looking at the existing crosswalks and make them ADA compliant to how they're connecting to the corners of the streets.
I believe the issue that I think, Ann or Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe those, I'm going to just let Ann and Steve take that
Okay.
one. But I think, so I don't misspeak here.
I don't have the document in front of me, and Steve, you should contradict me if I am remembering wrong, but there were a number of crosswalks that were specified that were not existing, I believe, in the memo email that we got back from DPW in the course of trying to work through to meet the conditions to get the temporary COs.
Do you want me
And
to
I
read
think-
it, Ann? Because I have it in front of me.
Thank you.
It says, this was from DPW Engineering, it says, there are 5 pedestrian crosswalks directly adjacent to and connecting to the sidewalks in front of 62 Academy Street. Only one of the pedestrian curb ramps was reconstructed, however, it is not ADA compliant. All of these crosswalks must be reconstructed to be ADA compliant crosswalks. That's the comment from engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, so so when you're saying the crosswalk, you're going across from one curb to the other, and they'll have the mats, and they'll have the, granite either removed and sloped appropriately, so you can cross from one side of the street to the other.
The ones that were done, were those, if I remember correctly, those are the ones predominantly the rounding of the corner of Elm and Academy,
Yes.
and then
Yeah.
up Elm Street?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which are the Elms, not as important as the ones around the annex building, because those are the ones that aren't even concrete.
I mean, you could-
At least the other ones were concrete before.
Bring it up on the street view to see what they are, but.
What's that?
You can bring it up on street view to see.
Yeah, I had it all. I
What,
still
if
have
you
it.
wanted to go that
I still have
far.
it up. I mean, it's a moot point. It's a moot point. It becomes a conversation of, I mean, the board at some point, regardless of what Liz
It's a huge
will
housing
do,
project.
The board will have to make a decision. The planning board will have to make a decision on what our intent was and to reaffirm or change the permit condition. And what I was trying to get at was, in my conversation with Mark, was if we reaffirm the permit condition, if we say, no, it was the board and city's intention to have as part of this project, those sidewalks and curbs, sidewalks and crosswalks, brought up to city standards, then what happens? And that's what I was trying to get at. You clearly, I just know from conversation you can't do it now. If the board were to say that, does New View say, okay, we'll do it in the future? That's what I was trying to say.
No.
Or is there some sort of default? Is there a default that happens? What happens if the city says no? They have to be done.
Then probably we would not be able to proceed to make this project work financially unless, we throughout the project, because of the damage that we discovered in the course of, doing the demo that was created in the aftermath of the fire at BF, and the structural issues that existed in the annex, which were significantly more than we expected, we actually have sought additional funds to be able to cover that. We have worked very hard to keep the project within budget, and there's no fat in here. And that's typically the case,
Where are the profits going once this is up and running and your profits from rents? Where is that money going? Just operating costs, or does
generally all of those costs stay in the project?
Yeah.
So we do not receive any. We don't receive any cash back from our projects. There might be a small fee that goes back, but if there's extra profits, generally they stay in a reserve account in the project to make sure.
Finish the thought. We're spinning the wheels here. I think we need to go back and evaluate what it is.
I'm getting to the point right now. If what I was just told by Ann and by Mark is true, then it's irrelevant if the city wants those sidewalks done or not. If they can't do them,
they're withholding
and it kills the project,
they're withholding home funds too. I don't know.
So
we don't want to balance like that. Let's find out what the scope is and what can be done. But it is paramount that those crosswalks, or they be ADA accessible. This is a huge pedestrian residential project next to a school. So that is expected. So I don't think, and that's why it was conditioned that way. So maybe, the communication wasn't there clearly about which ones you would choose to do if it's just going across the street to Academy, But it's like that was this is an island, and here you have people walking around it. It is a school. It's highly trafficked, so those sidewalks need to come up to par. So it's like, to what standard do they need to be? We can talk about that, but work needs to be done on them.
And yeah, I suppose if DPW sees it as necessary and the board sees it as necessary, and financially New View can't do it, then they're going to have to discuss with the city how to partner to get that done. I don't know.
Right. Everybody's committed to just making this project a success. So we don't want to go here on negative terms. We just want to clarify that. But so we need to figure out what the scope is and how to make it happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's part of why we came tonight. I'm sorry, Ann, do you have something else you want to add?
Yeah, I just think that it would be really helpful if there were, I certainly think, given what, I'm hearing from members of the planning board, that we need to think about scope, maybe differently from the ideal situation, but to know, I honestly don't know, short of beginning to have conversations with our civil and with our contractor, it would be, what do we do if in the process of this we're costing it, with an alternative that we think is reasonable and DPW doesn't feel it's reasonable?
The planning board makes the determination.
So we're gonna work. We need to, again, so we'll talk with DPW. We got to outreach to DPW too. Let's go take a look at what these conditions are and what could be, what's necessary, what can be done to a certain degree. If it's not full reconstruction, and if that wasn't the intent, it's kind of like what can be patched up and where can we make it safer? you know, we just kind of, we want to work with you on this, but we just don't want to come back and say, no, you know, what you've done is just adequate. It's like, there does need to be more, but let's see what we can work out.
Okay, I think that's part of why we appreciated Chantel and Liz putting us on, so that we wouldn't be, I don't know what the answer is. I'm not promising anything, but it's great to be able to just have a dialogue, to be able to say, can we do this? Can we not do it? What are we really going to do? We're certainly, for us to do 1,600 square feet was just never in the realm of what we were thinking about when you look at our, at any rate, so we appreciate the dialogue. There are two other issues that we wanted to bring up. One is that we're supposed to have a maintenance agreement with the city related to the wall. I know that condition is in here too, so we've sent the maintenance agreement to the city. I'm going to stop here. Steve and Ann can answer exactly when we've sent it to them, and we haven't gotten a response back from DPW.
Okay, but did you, I thought we got some, well, I got correspondent Chantel confirmed from Liz saying, you know, I thought that's been resolved because the wall is determined it's the city, so you don't need a agreement in that case. Potentially, this might be a moot.
Oh, okay.
So I want to confirm that, so I don't know.
Maintenance of the wall, correct, Steve?
What's that, Mark? Sorry.
I think the issue is the city. The city owns the wall, but may need to access our land in order to maintain the wall. So
okay, so maybe it's an access.
Isn't that what the issue is, Steve?
Yes, it would. There needs to be a maintenance agreement between an easement/maintenance agreement between us and the city, which would allow, in the event that they need to do a repair to the city's wall, that we give them permission to access it from our property, and that's the agreement that we presented to both the planning department and DPW back in December of 2023. And I recirculated that draft. We had our attorneys draft it. Initially, Nick from DPW was going to have the city solicitor draft it, and that couldn't happen. So we said, we'll have our attorney draft the language, which we did, and sent it along to Nick and to the planning department. And then I resubmitted that, or recirculated it about a week or a week and a half ago when all of this came to a head, when we were trying to pull the
So we'll
certificate of occupancy.
Check on that with the community development office of the status of that, because I'm sure they would just pass it on to our legal to take a review and work that out. And I'm glad to hear, though, that your first statement is you got your CO, so these are not holding that.
Oops, sorry.
No, we're very, very thankful to Liz, the mayor, DPW, everybody, to say, okay, great, we know we have some issues here, but they're clearly not inside the building. Let's at least get residents in there who need housing, and for a lot of other reasons, it's really important, because this is going to take some time to resolve, even if
we're not going anywhere. Everybody's committed. We're here. We'll work it out.
Well, we appreciate that. Appreciate that. So there's one other issue too, and that relates to the stamped concrete. So as you know, the stamped concrete is more expensive. I don't believe it was in the decision, but it was something that came up at our last hearing that you wanted, that the board wanted us to do, which we did. And
where are we talking about stamped concrete?
That was going over to the art museum side.
Yeah.
Walkway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think you did that.
We did that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to turn it over to Steve now to tell you that's what the issue is with that.
Sure. So we did do that, and it was always on it was on the last set of plans, the plans that we pulled our permit based on. But what DPW is saying is that doesn't meet city standards, and they want us to remove the stamped concrete and put in regular concrete. And we were like, okay, but that wasn't, we thought that was, a request of the planning board, and that's why we did that.
Was that a request of the planning board?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
know.
we said to make it, we said make the walkway similar to the art museum to tie it in, because that's a great thing to do, because it's on the walkway for the art museum.
The art, so if the art museum has it, why is it okay there but not here?
Right.
I don't know.
We don't know.
We'll look into that.
So at any rate, so that's one where we just need your, we really feel, on a bunch of these, we feel stuck between a rock and a hard place. On that one, we really literally feel stuck between a rock and a hard place because we did one thing and.
In that case, if you did what you were told, I get the board should go to bat for that's a permit condition, and just say that's a permit condition. And then what happens after that, I don't know, but reiterate that that's a permit condition and go from there.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember that conversation, but as you know, we've had how many meetings? So I can't remember all of them. So
yes,
No, I brought it up a couple times.
Yeah. Okay.
And it came out very nice, and we had just viewed it.
Yep, we did.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for those that haven't gone, I think that New View has graciously offered to let board members go if they'd like to contact them.
Yeah.
Paula and I, on kind of a somewhat last-minute whim, were able to get in there, 2 weeks ago maybe, and it's a fantastic project. I mean, it was very well done. I think that, especially, when the outside of the annex looks great, when the inside's done, I don't know, Peter, I'm sure you saw the outside of the annex has the copper downspouts.
Oh, yeah.
It's got the slate roof, and it's something. So you've done well. It's just, like I said, we just got to iron out the kinks and figure out how we get from here to there. So.
Okay, well, those are the main items for tonight. And when sounds like, unfortunately, we will be coming back next month, so we'll see you March 25th. At that point, too, we'll bring up, there are two other issues, just to telegraph it for everybody. The first relates to, it's a legal issue related to the way the restriction is worded, and my understanding on that is the restriction doesn't quite, we want to ask the city to change the permits that will be no more restrictive than the 40R requirement. My understanding is that was really what the city's intent was anyhow, but for whatever reason it got written into the permit to have to have a higher number of affordable units. So this would make it a permit condition to meet the 40R requirements. So my understanding is that everybody's sort of on board with doing that one, but we still
that shouldn't be an issue. It was, if anything, it was because it was presented that way is why it was a condition of this is what you're doing, so that's why it was conditioned that way. So certainly it can be looked at going to the minimum. There was no expectation about why you had to do more.
We didn't expect you to do that. As I told you, Mark, when we met, like Paula just said, I think it only got in there because the thought, at some point someone said, we're going to do this. Okay. So it got added into the permit. So, I mean,
it got picked up.
Well, yeah, this is a description of what you're doing, and so this is what this is what we're approving. Okay.
Correct. So at any rate, thank you for that. So we'll come back with that one, which we think is like I said.
Is that a modification of the 40R permit?
Yeah.
Is that's something we could handle?
Yeah.
If we wanted to.
Yeah.
And then the second one, and we're happy to take other planning board members, is we have a couple of 3-bedroom units. We have a couple of 2-bedroom units that are 2-bedroom units with dens that we would like to convert into 3-bedroom units. And so happy to show people where those are. So that was the other, I believe there's 3 of those that, is that right, Steve?
Yes. Yeah.
So there's 3-bedroom units that we'd like to convert from 2 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms.
So to be clear, just if we were to take care of those last 2 right now, which we can, if we were to take care of those last 2 right now for you, to clear up the permit, it says on the permit a total of 62 rental apartments, which
68.
Okay. I'm looking at the 40R permit.
Yeah, but it's been modified.
Okay.
So
we came back to request more units.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it.
Because we just want to make sure we're modifying everything, not just going to do it and do another modification.
Yeah.
if
Yep,
this is
because
not-
we'll have to draft them anyway. That's okay. Those two are easy, but I agree with Paula. We'll make sure we get the wording right, because we got to make sure anytime it references number of bedrooms and number of units, we got to change each one.
Yep.
So we got to change it where it says, in this case, this was the old one where it said 7 3-bedroom, 26 2-bedroom, but the more recent one was different.
Can you provide us with the accurate number?
Yep, we can. That's part of why I wanted to come and just ask you. We're very, again, grateful for the planning board to give us the opportunity to come at 10 o'clock at night and
You stayed the whole time.
no, we're seriously, because this way we can not just show up next month and not be able to get, hopefully we can just get everything done in one shot next
Have
month.
the same conversation next month and then go another month after that?
Correct. And by that point, we'll be done with the annex and people will be moving in there, and it'll make it harder for all of us. Right now, I think the city feels comfortable because of the condition of the annex, so
Apply for
we'll make sure that we
CDBG funds
change
for the
that language
sidewalk.
up. Stephen, Ann, anything else?
I don't think so, except thank you for letting us have the chance to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yep.
I mean-
So we can, so our, just to summarize, the last two items, it looks like we can do this. The stamped concrete, you guys are going to think about. The maintenance agreement, we're going to follow up with Chantel and Nick and see if we can handle that one. On the sidewalks, we're going to take a real hard look. Newview is going to take a real hard look to see what we can do about the annex and anything around making that as much as possible accessible, given that there's a school, high traffic. We want kids to be able to get onto the school area. So those are my takeaways from tonight.
Yeah.
Steve or Ann, have I missed anything, or anybody on the planning board, have I missed anything?
No, I think we'll get there, Mark.
Okay, great. Well, really, again, appreciate everybody's support for the project. Happy to take people on tours if you'd like that.
We're grateful for the project, too, and all the effort everyone's put into it. It's a long time to get here, so we'll work with you to iron out these things.
It has been a lot of time. It's been, yes, it has been a long time. So, thanks a lot.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep.
Thank you.
Talk to you
And
soon.
maybe we'll just stay to hear the rest of your meeting.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so our next item is, it's past 10 o'clock, but we have a zoning petition. We just need to, we want to start for the floodplain protection overlay district. Chantel, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah,
You could?
sure. I, as well as Herlin, did a draft for the floodplain overlay district that will comply with the flood maps that are coming out this summer. And we have to submit that also to I do believe, the DEP for review. But I used their model to put this together. And I think, Paula, you had some feedback that was really good, just to make sure that we put manufactured homes also within the purview of the type of developments that can occur in the floodplain. It's pretty straightforward. It's very similar to what we had before. I just had to update definitions because some of the zones did change. So that's it in a nutshell.
You want to do these separately or together? Separately?
Yes, those are separate.
Make a motion to recommend, make a motion to petition the city council to modify section 180 and 185 with the new floodplain protection overlay wording that's necessary.
Second.
Motion's made with the second. Roll call vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say oppose. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. And then The last one, it is a housekeeping item, is we have our table. I don't know if
I
you
can
want to
pull up
bring
the
that,
table.
bring that
Yep.
up would be
Thanks, Mark.
helpful.
Yeah, I can pull it up quick. The gist of it is that our ordinance, in our table of uses where we have what's allowed, what's not allowed, we have in-town business. Hold on, I got to share my screen. I got it. We have in-town business. We have single-family dwellings allowed. So that would basically be like the Johnsonia sites. You can put a single-family house there. Obviously, in this district, it's kind of crazy to say you should put a single family up and down Main Street proper, this section of Main Street. The other thing that complicates it is if it's if it's allowed by right or by special permit, the new accessory dwelling bylaw would also allow a single family to be built downtown with an accessory dwelling unit. So, though not as important, that was just an aside. So, our suggestion was to change it to an N, to just say single families aren't allowed downtown. Yeah. Basically, that's all it is.
There is a provision under 18179. It says residential uses in the in-town business district. It says residential dwellings of 3 units or less are housed within a mixed use, not standalone structure. So that's like the key, and it was like, again, a classic example, not a single family home on the lot of the Johnsonia building. Right, so as long as something's mixed use, could be allowed. I don't know that we'd see like even a single family, those you'd probably have like a commercial development or multiple residential, you don't see one.
Right.
It's like, one penthouse with a helicopter.
Yeah, right.
I don't know, per se. So it was kind of more, that for housekeeping to also clarify that we don't want to see in the IB is a very select area in town
I can
on Main
pull that up
Street
here.
that you'd say, hey, there's a lot, let's just put a single-family home on it right there.
So this is, I'll pull up the zoning map here to
That
show
spot.
you IB, because I
We
can.
do want to see mixed.
So IB is, let me zoom out a little bit here. So this is, so the Water Street Bridge is on the far right. Boulder Drive is the south boundary. Elm Street's the north boundary. And then the Upper Common is the furthest westerly boundary. So basically you have the northern side of the Upper Common, so there is by coincidence one single family house there on the left hand side, but this doesn't not allow that. That's pre-existing. Then you have obviously the post office, and then from there down it's basically everything from Boulder Drive to Elm Street till you get to the Water Street Bridge. So that gives you an idea of the area we're talking about. Unless I'm incorrect, I think that one house at the Upper Common that's a single family is the only one that's a single family in that whole district. And again, that house can retain, it won't lose its right to be a single family. It can be a single family. If it was ever abandoned for more than 2 years, it could no longer be a single family. But it would have to be abandoned, not used for more than 2 years.
Well, no, it could be reestablished, actually.
Not if it was an N in the table of uses for single family. And it went past its 2-year provision, you wouldn't be able to. You couldn't reestablish a non-allowable use after your zoning protections have expired, unless there's something I'm not thinking of. But again, I don't know that those aren't the lots. That's not that one lot's not what we're talking about. Although it's in there, it's everything else on this that we want to be. So predominantly mixed use or large scale multifamily housing is the reason for that.
So it could warrant a discussion, further about it, but whether or not, does the board think we want to move this along? We are going to have to work with the ADU update for everything comprehensively, but we could either just move this one piece along or just put it comprehensively and we're dealing with if there are any other table updates we think need to be made.
For the board's perspective on that, on whether you want to move it along or not. I'm looking now, I guess there's more than one. I guess that triangle that's a
Yes,
single
there's a couple
family.
there.
That's a single family, and the one in the back, 20 Merriam Parkway, is a single family. So there's this little block, which realistically should have probably been taken out of IB when we did the zoning district. That little circle probably should have been taken out. But long-term, if those three uses 100 years from now aren't a single family, that would be a prime corner for commercial mixed-use development, too. It's a long shot.
I think, it's not straightforward, because you know what is underneath the IB is it's also DB. It's not just IB, it's also DB.
But we're not talking about the underlying.
I know, but you can almost choose either one.
Right, but we would just be changing in the table uses for IB, so regardless of what's underlying.
No, but it's underlying too, so it's still DB, so it's still allowed anyway.
All right, do you want to think about this longer?
Yeah, I think we should think about it longer.
Okay, does anyone else?
I think it's a little bit confusing.
That's fine, we can think about it longer. We can also think about changing the map to take out those three parcels at some point in the future, but, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so-
Unless anyone feels strongly, let's move it to a different day, a different conversation.
Okay, so move the one about the floodplain a little forward.
Yep.
More about what ramifications are, and those, you have to be prepared fully too, like what is the scope, and like you mentioned, you found the three, so what does that mean? There's an underlying zone, what does that mean? Pieces, so let's put all the pieces together to see what it is. So we have that, we have minutes. I don't think we have any communications, correct? Okay. We've got two sets of minutes. One from our January CDBG hearing,
Well, hold on, I got to go back to,
and the other one is November set of mini minutes. And I appreciate everybody's still being here with that.
what's that?
I appreciate everybody's time.
Yeah, sorry. This is partially me. I closed the screen preemptively. I apologize. I got it, though. Back up and running. Okay, let's do CDBG first, because it's first on the list. Share screen, share screen. Anyone have any changes? No? Make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from January 16th, 2025. Paula and I made our changes. They're in here.
Second.
Motion's been made with a second to approve the meeting minutes from January 16th, 2025. There was a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. November 26, 2024.
Already up on the screen. If anyone doesn't have anything to say,
Does anyone?
changes, I will. Paula, the only thing I'm just noticing is why are there so many pounds?
I don't know.
On here.
There shouldn't be.
Why is that? Why is that? That wasn't there when we did our changes.
No.
There's another one here. There's another one here. There's so
It looks like-
there's hashtags everywhere.
Let's just say clean it up
I would
to
say,
remove
yeah,
hashtags.
oh, they're everywhere. I would say remove all the hashtags, and I mean when we.
I PDF'd it, so.
Yeah, I wonder if was this your PDF? Because I just want to make sure too. Like Chantel, when Melissa gets these, like there's no editing she needs to do. She doesn't go through and edit anything, right? Because we already do all the editing.
No.
Okay.
I took this right from Paula's.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So in that case, it
Yeah,
might
it
have
was
just been a typo. We can clean it up.
Yeah.
So yeah, make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from Tuesday, November 26th, just removing the errant characters.
All right. Does anybody else have any?
Need a second.
A second.
In a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Peter?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion made to adjourn.
Second.
Second.